2:21, and I hereby call to order the Budget Committee of the Memphis City Council. Mrs. Key, would you please call the roll?
Councilman Smiley.
I'm here.
Councilwoman Green.
Present.
Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Present.
Councilman Warren.
Present.
Chair Carlisle. Oh, and Councilwoman Logan online.
Present.
Okay.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Councilwoman Logan from the internet. Colleagues, we are still in wrap up. You received updated budget books. Hopefully you had time to look over the phone. I'm going to go ahead and just start kind of talking about where I'm at and start kind of putting a framework together in a very simplified, distillable version and hopefully digestible version. And then I'm happy to bring this for a formal vote on Tuesday so that everyone can participate in it. So I guess I'll start with some unprepared general remarks about where I think we are June 17th, 2024. So this has possibly been, I thought when we got into COVID in 2020 that we were going to be dealing with, an epic economic development, an economic nightmare like we had never seen before. And it felt that way for the first few weeks. And therefore I was like, man, this will be one of the toughest things. Like, I don't know how we managed through it. And, we had a team of people that had been around City Hall, and, the federal government stimulus was a huge help. And then one of the things that actually helped the city was having opportunities like a tourism industry where 72% of tourists come from within 300 miles to visit Memphis. And we were, in a state that chose to take the more conservative route, and, pros and cons to that. But one of the pros was that we collected sales tax well above what we thought we were going to budget for. As this administration has taken over and gotten its hands wrapped around where we are financially, there's going to be a time, we've just discovered some issues. And every time, we continue to go through each account in order to get this go forward budget in place, we realized there was an issue with the prior budget. And I said this the other day, but for the public, there's 25,000 service centers. The council has to take responsibility, but we share that with the administration. I have one assistant in what is technically a part-time job with other members. And so we try and trust and verify the information that's given to us. And it's very hard in a budget book for basically what is almost $900 million. And that's a long way of saying we have gone from what we thought was going to be an adopted budget of around $779 million for fiscal year 24 to a budget that is ballooned in less than 10 months to somewhere around $860 million. There is not a company in this world that could survive operating that way. And the city has had to go and do that in a very compact time and in a time in which it's supposed to try and figure out what its vision for going forward is. So that has caused what has been a huge delay. And I know there's been a lot of chirping out there about why we're not making amendments or not doing this. It's because those are political hack moves. When you have a serious budget issue or you're not understanding what your business is day to day, if you cannot regurgitate and tell people your business, how much you do in revenue, how much you've got in expenses, how you're going to grow forward, then your business is running you and you're not running your business. And that's basically where we've been for the last few months. Externally, the hard part is that the macro environment sucks. For whatever reason. Like, I'm not trying to have a partisan debate, but it is a fact. Rent's up 30% on people, groceries are up, interest rates are staying locked. It's just a very tough time. People are recovering from getting out of the throes of COVID. People were unemployed. It's just, so when you look at a tax increase, it's like, how do you balance that? And so what I'm about to say is a very difficult thing for me personally. I value and treasure um, the work that we do. But this is possibly, the hardest thing. These are the tough decisions when you're running for office that people tell you you're going to have to make. This is definitely going to be the toughest one. So what I'll say is I'm going to present what I think is an alternative strategy to a property tax increase. And here's the deal. If you disagree with it, that's fine. What I would say back is a lot of our budget is subjective in the sense of I may think something is not as important to Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, or she may not think something is a priority to Councilwoman Green. And that's why we have the debate. And I hope nobody takes anything that I say personally. It's not intended that way. My goal was to present a budget that got close to having close or no property tax increase. Doesn't mean there's not fees that aren't going to go up. I want to be very transparent about that. There's a lot of data and research on property taxes versus grocery taxes versus wheel taxes, taxes that are deemed regressive. Everybody is entitled to their opinion on those matters. They're entitled to the research that they want. So that's a really long intro, but I feel like, and you guys know how difficult this budget season has been, just trying to get our feet under us and understand where the business of the city is today, just even to move forward. And every time that we have progressed or had a conversation, the expenses just continue to go up and go up and go up. So this is the simple way that I like to look at the budget. And I'm going to start with the ancillary stuff first to help build where I'm at. And I'll get this all emailed and printed to the public and everybody, but it has been very hard and on the fly. I mean, I came directly from the CFO's office into this meeting after looking at the book all weekend. So if we do nothing, if we do absolutely nothing and manipulate a single fee, et cetera, you keep the same level of transfers in that come from other funds, we would do about $780 million in revenue this year. Right now, the mayor has that proposed against $886 million worth of expenses. That is the gap. So the first thing that I did as like many of you, and I just want to make sure that I do give credit where credit is due. A lot of this are ideas of members, and I will do my best. If I don't give you the proper credit, please say something. If you don't want it, pinch me. Hold on real quick. Let me get through this really quickly, and then we'll go. So in order to build a budget and get the revenues up, the first thing I did was I looked at other funds. So I anticipate in transferring funds another $2 to $5 million, but probably $5 million in from other funds into the general fund, into the areas that are permissible. Last year, we made a transfer of the Affordable Housing Trust Fund out of the general fund from the unassigned fund balance. I plan to bring a resolution that's omnibus that will transfer that money back in for two or three reasons. One, I believe very strongly in the Affordable Housing Trust Fund and the work that it does, but it's hard for me to look people in the face and say, I got to raise property taxes when we don't have a single project that's on the pipeline for those. If a project that comes that's worthy of that kind of money or that kind of investment, and most of them that we've done so far have been anywhere between $250,000 and $1.2 million per project, this council will find that money, and I feel good about that. So it helps with the revenue. So that's $5 million. I'm going to suggest that we raise the solid waste fees being proposed at around $6 and change. I'd like to move that up to an even $12, and I'll tell you why. It's going to have to get there anyway. And so for the $12, the city will immediately alleviate a $2 million expense this year off of the general fund operating account because it won't have to loan the money. The solid waste fund also can pay a 5% raise to the AFSCME employees that are in solid waste, and I can tell you that they are absolutely one of the lowest paid groups on the comp study that you have, and are deserving of that. And we want to demonstrate a partnership, I think, with them that, we talk a lot about police and fire, but AFSCME is out there every single day too. And so I think it's an opportunity for us as a council in this new administration to work through some of the issues that have plagued that division. And it's, this is our ability to I think as a council to say, look, we're putting our foot forward. So there's both a philosophical, cultural opportunity, and there's a budget issue. So you alleviate $2 million off the budget's operating expense. The other thing is that there are loans that are outstanding to the general fund from solid waste today. We were able to pay back an incremental $1 million or so from the solid waste fund back into the general fund on an annual basis. So you pick up those revenues. And then lastly, we've had a lot of conversations around, or two things, ARPA, which I know we've got a lot of resolutions. And so on Monday or on Tuesday when we meet, I'll be joining my colleagues with many ARPA resolutions, asking that the administration evaluate and find any unencumbered ARPA funding post-dated basically after Councilwoman Easter Thomas's final, so after her resolution, any other one, and that they identify opportunities within the general fund that could be expensed and applied, meaning no time to start adding new programs when we've got programs that we can pay for right now that could alleviate any sort of potential tax increase. The last big one has been the wheel fee. Nope. The vehicle registration fee, which Councilwoman Green and other members have been looking into, which I'm really interested to see what some of the other class of vehicles look like. She had proposed raising it $30. I actually was hoping to get it to $75. I think this is where a lot of consternation is going to come from my colleagues, and I'm anticipating that, and that's fair. It needs to go up to $100, and that would generate almost $26 million in incremental revenue. I think eventually that's where transit funding should be coming from down the road. I think that that's the appropriate place. So everything that I just said gets us up to basically $820 million of revenue. So you're at $820 million in revenue, and we're still at $886 million in expenses. If you cut all $20 million of Mayor Young's programming, we look at the holidays, which I'm going to propose a sunset for 2 years, a 2-year sunset on 2 holidays. I will pick them if people don't want to pick them. But we already have a study. I'm happy to go pick those holidays. But that saves $2.4 million. And just so colleagues, when you understand about paid holidays, the majority of our employees are paid on holidays, whether or not it's a paid holiday. It is typically first responders and solid waste and a couple of other divisions, and I can get you the language. So it's not, you're not taking a paid holiday away from every employee, but I understand that somebody could push back immediately and say, well, what about those individuals? I hear you. Tough decisions. I plan to propose to cut the city council grant program in its entirety. Part-time salaries, $1 million because we had an ISL change with parks. I told you about the solid waste savings. I went into materials and supplies, and I want a 3.5% cut at the discretion of the administration. And the reason for that is that we've already had discussions, which is they're supposed to target roughly $3 or $4 million out of professional services and another $2.5 million out of actual materials and supplies. I don't want to say across the board because every division operates differently. That's about $7 million in savings. And then the last 2 big buckets are we pay certain pensions, obviously, from Fund 245 out of that sales tax referendum. And this was an idea out of the CFO's office, and I agree with it. But to remove that pension funding from the general fund and place it in Fund 245 as it was intended takes the expense off the books. So it's an accounting move, but it's a real cash move too. And then the last big one, in order to get to a number, is basically keeping everybody but general employees flat. It saves roughly $15 million. Somewhere in that. If you kept everybody flat, it saves $25.5 million. If you did that, it takes you down to $809 million. So you'd have expenses. If you kept everybody flat, you're at $809 million in expenses with $819 million in revenues. And the reason that is important to have basically what would be a net position of $10 million is that at the beginning of this fiscal year, we had $114 million in our bank account, in our unassigned fund balance. When we finish this fiscal year, that account's going to be below $50 million. So the money that I had hoped to give more raises to employees with that they so deserve has to go into the unassigned fund balance, or else you can't get there. I would worry about our bond rating. I would worry about the comptroller's office. And so I know that I just went through a whole lot verbally. I will get this to you in writing. But, you know, I wanted to at least make the first move of the sense of saying, look, I know that there's going to be a lot of disagreement with everything that I just said from this body, but I wanted to put a plan forward to start the conversation about an alternative. It's through our conversations out in the public, it's become very clear that there are several members that believe that a variety of revenue forms is necessary, that a property tax increase is necessary in their mind, and when we can respectfully agree to disagree, or we can agree to agree. But I wanted to put a plan forward that is harsh, don't get me wrong. But one thing this plan does do is it doesn't cut a single service. No one is losing their job. Nobody is being asked to come to work less. Overtime is not being cut. Employee stays in place. MIFA's grant funding stays in place. It just doesn't expand services in the way that I think Mayor Young wanted to. And I just want to reiterate, a big issue with that is all the expenses that we have found in the last 6 months that have just annihilated the budget. Like I said, I'll get this in writing so you can look at it and you can have time with it. I'll ask for a formal vote on it on Tuesday. If it gets voted down in committee, I respect the process, but I just wanted to give you all something to start with or build from, or say, you know what, I hadn't thought about that. I'm good with that, but I'm not good with the other thing. I think the last thing that I'll say is what's really tough and has been tough and a learning experience for me in my 5 years on this body is things like the council grant program. I've seen the really good work that it can do, and I have come to appreciate the work that I've seen that it can do. But it's really hard for me to look at people, and I'm sure people will get some chuckles coming, always coming from me. But the reality is it's hard to look somebody in the face and say that I can do better, if I raise taxes on you and you got to pay me an extra $150 or $300 a year, that I can do a better job with that money than you can personally by granting it to an organization that you don't know. In the middle of a tight budget is a hard thing for me to have to look someone in the face and say, I think the government can do a better job with your money in that regard than you can. And so that's a personal position. So I don't want to say that I think the program's a bad program. It's just in the list of things that I think people expect us to do broadly across the city. In certain communities, districts, you guys may feel differently, and I'll respect that position. So that's what I'm going to lay before the body. I will get it all in writing to you. I've got it here. It just looks really sloppy work, and so I'll get it out. But ultimately, there is a path forward without raising taxes or cutting any real core services. And the whole purpose is to try and get to the following fiscal year. This also does keep fully intact our MATA grant. And so...
Point of information.
Yes, sir.
So the, budget or resolution that you're going to bring forth, I'm assuming at the next council meeting, I don't know when you're going to bring it.
Yeah.
What would that put us as it relates to a tax rate?
It would keep the property tax rate flat.
Flat, so you got a zero.
Yeah, it's a zero, but look, let's be real. I mean, it's cash out, cash in, right? So the thing that I continue to worry about is everything from what we usually hear, like the group that gets really lost in a property tax increase is not the wealthy and it's not the corporations. They can all absorb it. And it really honestly almost isn't even the ultra low income or low income, because most of the time, yes, they're fixed, but where they're staying and some of those expenses don't impact. It is the middle income, middle class, and upper middle class, especially small business owners, because they're going to get hit at their house and their business. And they're going to pass that through to their customer, or they're going to go out of business. And so that's why... And I'll send you an article that was in the Washington Post or the Journal recently. It was talking about it was an opinion piece, don't get me wrong, but it was talking basically about the misnomer that property taxes aren't regressive taxes themselves. So, look, there's nothing awesome about this budget season, to be frank. I mean, there's not a good choice here. It's cut core services, raise property taxes, or raise other fees, or a combination. That is where we are. And this is just one way to get at it. And so, like I said, I'll email this out with the specific accounts and get them to you. I've got Warren and Councilman Ford, and no, actually I saw Cooper Sutton right after Ford.
Put me at the end.
Okay, so I've got Warren, Ford, Cooper Sutton, Smiley. Councilman Warren.
Well, true to form, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that what you did do was give us a bleak look at what happens if we don't start investing in our city. And I think what we're looking at, in my mind, is years and years and years of thinking somehow we're cutting ourselves to prosperity. And we don't have anything left to cut. The council grant program is a small program that I think, we've been able to do a lot of good as a council with. I'd hate to see that go. I do think that, the idea that somehow property taxes are regressive as opposed to not regressive is stretching it in my mind. In that, for raising fees, which everybody's got to pay the same amount, I got to pay the same fee as a person with, a small house that's, just barely making it. And, it just seems to me like that's harder for someone, and they pay less in property tax than would people in the middle class and upper middle class and people who are very wealthy. So as we're looking at this, I think we should pick and choose some of the things you just brought up. I think some are actually good ideas, but I think that we need to realize that we have one chance, probably two, this year and next year, where we can raise property taxes. And we've already seen from our city officials that what they thought was their budget isn't their budget. Okay, what they thought they were paying, they weren't paying, and we've been sort of maneuvering things and cutting and sort of taking into account the fact that we're not going to be paying for 2,500 policemen, and we're not going to be paying for a full complement of all of our other people, and we've been balancing the budget sort of that way. And so now we're not doing that. We're actually looking at real numbers, and when we look at real numbers, we have to have the guts to say we've got to come up with a continual funding mechanism, not for this year, but for the next 4 or 5 years going down the road. Because if we don't do it this year, in 2 or 3 years, we are not going to be in a position where we got a way to move forward. We can't just keep cutting. And if you look at our employees, they've been sitting here, prices have been going up, what they're paying at the grocery store is higher. However, things actually have been stabilizing over the past year for most people, and the inflation rate is coming down. So if you're looking at where we're really sitting, things are actually looking better now than they were a year and a half or 2 years ago. So if we're going to be thinking about what we do to invest, I think we have to figure out what are the programs that we want to invest in, and how are we going to fund those? And I think we take part of your suggestions, but part of it's going to need to be a property tax increase. The question is it a full 75 cents? Okay, or do we move something in between and take some of your suggestions? I know Councilman Spinoza's got some ideas, and I think other people on the council will too. So as I look, I want to see the programs needed. I want to see our employees who need raises get them. And, what does that cost us? And when we look at what that costs us, then we have to figure out how do we work from there. So I haven't seen exactly what all these programs cost to be able to work ourselves back. So I'd like us to try to, go from a complete 75 cents and just do everything to figure out how we can make the programs we need work. Because right now, I'm looking at, we've got programs for crime abatement, the GVIP program, just now getting off the ground. We know we have homeless families that are going to need to be housed. That's going to cost money. We've got, other things that other council members are going to bring to us that are good programs. If we don't have any money and we just walk away from them, and, the mayor's programs are what we need. We need some of those programs to be moving forward. So just to say, nope, we're not going to do anything, and then next year we're behind the eight ball and we don't have any money coming in at all. So that doesn't make much sense to me. So I yield now, Mr. Chair, but I hope in addition to just your proposition to us, that we actually have time to where we say, okay, now if we fund every program that we got on the table, what's that going to cost? I think we need to see that extreme, and we need to see your extreme.
I'll answer. And just to answer your question, so to fund every program, to fund everything that you want or that has been proposed so far, you're basically probably going to end up somewhere around $890 to $94 million. I think is where you're at, somewhere in that wheelhouse. You're at 886 now. You've got. I know some members have some proposals, so I'm probably plus or minus $1 million, but you're somewhere in that wheelhouse.
At 894, that's going to be what, if all we do is a property tax and we don't do your idea about solid waste fees and we don't do other things, what's that going to be, like a 78-cent tax increase, including the mayor's programs?
Somewhere in that wheelhouse, you're almost over $100 million deficit. You're at a $104 million deficit from.
That's where we are. We're at a $104 million deficit. And somehow acting like we're not, where, we got there by not gradually raising taxes over a period of time. So I guess the question I have is, if my colleagues say, well, let's do half of it this year and half of it next year and see what we can do, I think that's going to be hard to do. I think in order to really make this deficit up and to position ourselves for future growth and not, worry, how are we going to pave the streets with all the potholes? How are we going to pay to get enough policemen when, we're all of a sudden our salaries are going to start to gradually decline against the people who are stealing them from us. They're stealing our fire department people for the same reason. How do we keep our employees that we're training working without paying them? I think it's going to be hard without collecting taxes. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilman Warren. I've got Councilman Ford, then Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, then Smiley, then Green, then Easter Thomas.
I'm going to be brief today.
Yes, sir.
But when Tuesday come, I won't be brief. I appreciate what you just said. Ain't going to work. Okay? Dr. Warren, you almost there on target, okay? Now, when it comes to the rich and the wealthy, I really don't care about them, okay? They need to give us what they've taken away from us, that we've been helping them, I know, for 25, 30 years. They need to put back, okay, if we want to. What you just said also, I need to know who is it going to hurt. I don't want to hurt us black folks. We didn't pay dearly down through the years, about 100 of them, okay? It's time for us, okay? What you were saying, I like ASME is okay. That's the only one that you mentioned about ASME. I don't want to I don't too much care for ASME. Reasons why, they don't care about their members anyway, okay? What I want to present, and I'll present mine, it's going to be a tax increase, okay? But everybody will be happy. One-time tax increase. Don't come back here no more for the next 4 years. And the reason why I'm saying 1 year, that would give all the new council members, you got 3 years to prove and hey, stay on everybody that we're going to take care of. Whereas when election time come again, you won't have to worry about people getting in there talking about you. You got 3 years. I won't be here. You won't be here. That's why you won't be here, Dr. Warren. But that's why we got to do things this time, okay? One time. But like I said, I don't want to hurt black folks this time. You said something about cutting and housing and all like that. Hey, we need that in our neighborhoods. You don't need that out east. Don't need that out east. They've already gotten everything when they built east, okay? Some of the properties that's out east, I remember when black folks owned the property, they gave them a dime for the property. And shucks, when they end up giving them that because they came in and said, hey, this property is not worth anything, and then they got it for nothing. And then if you went out there to try to buy a little piece of the property, you couldn't afford it. And look at it now, I'm talking about Cordova, Berry Hill, and all them. Black folks owned it, took it away from us. Collierville, hell was black, took it away from us. This is a black city now, so I'm turning black today, okay? And I ain't prejudiced, I'm not none of those different things, because if anybody know my name, I was named after two of the worst people in the world, Cordell Hull and E.H. Crump, that's my name, okay? But all these areas, you know, and we never got anything from it. That's why I said the wealthy, the rich, and all the rest, I want some of the money back that we gave y'all. That's why I can get you to come and pay my streets, okay? We were talking about, and some of the council members here, hey, Parkway between where? Elvis Presley and the interstate. Hell, still working on it. Put my street out there in East Memphis. The hell if it is. I'm kind of sick and tired of that. Everybody want to say this, that, and the other, but Chuck, it's my area. District 6, District 4, everywhere black people live. But you want to East Memphis, y'all don't have to worry about none of those things. You don't want no tax increase. I don't want no tax increase, but it's inevitable. We're going to have to. I want to try to please and make everybody happy where we can move forward. Everybody that's sitting out there, I want to take care of y'all too. I don't want to take care of part of them. I don't want to take care of ASME, y'all left out. It's fire department out there. I don't want to take care of ASME, y'all don't get what y'all need, okay? Police, I don't see none of them in here, but I don't want them. Hey, your department, you got hell on hands, okay? You got the worst thing that's going on. But you know what? It's in my district. It's in your district. You don't have to worry about out east like my districts, okay? We're the ones that's losing. Your district I'm talking about, okay? Let's be for real up in here, you know? And I'm gonna present something, I'm looking at maybe 45 to 52 cents. Everybody will be happy. I'm trying to get it back down, okay? Because I've been listening to everybody y'all wants. That's what have taken it back up some. Because your wants are in that percentage, okay? But I just want to say that, but like I said, when we meet again, I'm gonna present all of mine. And then y'all can go from there, and I really hope this makes just one time. And I'm talking to the new ones, and I'm talking to the old council that won't be here any longer. One time, don't go back next year and year after, just this one time. And let's do what we need to do to make sure the city moves forward. Reason why I'm saying that, I just got back from New Orleans. I hate New Orleans. I got down there and, oh Lord Jesus, terrible. Y'all think Memphis is bad. Go in the areas down there, and I'm talking about where you head from Canal anywhere behind. Hey, wow. Katrina, they is still there. The people from Katrina is still there. It's terrible. And you know what? And please forgive me, but it's the truth. When it come down to the police department and everybody, when Katrina hit, they moved to Memphis, Tennessee. A lot of our trouble started then. Just to be honest, I done buried a lot of it because they were none but trouble. Okay? But since coming back, oh Lord, go down there in those areas and then come back up here and tell me what you saw. Okay? But only thing I'm saying, I don't want the white area to have it all, and my area don't get it all, or don't get any of the amenities, okay? I'm talking about your district. Okay? I'm talking about your district. I'm talking about you super district, but hey, I'm talking about that. Ms. Walker, I'm talking about our district.
Yeah. Amen.
I'm talking about our district. Okay? Chase, I can't talk about your district.
I could be in Hampton and Connecticut.
Okay, well, you got the part of Binghamton where it's, hey, it kind of split up here. So, hey, that's a difference. This part is okay and this part is not. And then I wish you could come on across the street with it. Okay, I'm just being honest now.
Yes, sir.
I mean, let's be for real. Dr. Warren, love you to death. Your district ain't mine. Ms. Green, your district ain't mine. You know, y'all want to act like, hey, I'm going to help this black, but you know, yeah, acting like and saying things and doing it is a different story. Different story. You know, and like I said, I ain't got a prejudice bone in my body. You know, I've been here 20, 30 years. I got a little split in because I got kind of tired, but you know, I came back for a purpose. But I want to help my folks this time. You know, and I think, hey, what we're going to present after yours, I think everybody be happy. Everybody will be fine. Just this one time. You'll get what you need. Everybody will get what they need. You'll get what you need. You work hard. Okay? Like I said, I don't see the police in here. I'm looking at our attorneys. Y'all get what y'all need too. Because y'all work hard trying to protect us as a council up here. But everybody that works with the administration, libraries, hey, yeah, let's make sure we can get more of these children come in there and do something, okay, instead of being in the street getting killed. Hear me? Yeah, all these programs you're trying to, we're going to cut. Oh, no, we need to get as many programs possible, okay? But let me tell you about New Orleans again. Certain areas, hell had it all that was bringing in money. We ain't bringing in nothing. I love the Riverfront Development Corporation. Worst folk in the world. You know, that ain't my district no more. They didn't like me because I wasn't for them, for everything that they do. But you know what? We got the finest river and nothing on it. Nothing but what they want. They want the control. But hey, that's the only thing New Orleans do. They got. Hey, if you go down on that river, God dog, we wouldn't have to go up on no tax. Who controls it? You know, this city got 5 or 6 people that want to control. They got to let everybody else be part of. That's all I got to say right now. But Tuesday, I'm going to light a fire under everybody. But I think these numbers and what we're going to say and make everybody happy, I think, hey, just this one time. Because, you know, COVID took us. Everybody forgot. Everybody was getting money, off of money. I'm good here. They never went no further than, hey, we got all this money, but they forgot about tomorrow. And that messed us all up. That's what put us in spot. And like I said, I keep on trying to say I don't want to be like Jackson, Mississippi. And that's the state capital. And the state don't want to even help Jackson, Mississippi, okay? I'm through right now.
Thank you, Councilman Ford. Look forward to your budget on Tuesday. So we got the. Are you coming? Yes, sir. So we got the low bid in at 0, high bidder coming in at 52. Next in the queue, we've got Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, then Councilwoman Green, and then Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Thank you, Chairman. Who was it?
Councilwoman, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. I just want to just kind of piggyback off of what Councilman Ford has said. I am 6 months strong in this position. I've gone through this book since we've gotten it. Hadn't been able to sleep. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. We cannot and we will not while I'm sitting in this seat for District 8-3 and representing this city, 315,000 people, and a Memphian, not a native, but a Memphian, will allow and will be part of this dysfunctional management of finances. The expenditures and the money that has gone out and what has been given is absolutely, totally embarrassing and disrespectful. We, and I say we because I'm part of it, there's going to have to be a tax increase. There is no doubt about it. But there's going to be some necessary cuts. Just like you run your households. You're gonna keep spending and nothing come in? Nothing comes in. I don't think so. Black people in this city have suffered enough on the backs of the wealthy and the rich. You have gained and gained and gained and gained and gained and gained and gained. A couple people here that live in this city, a couple people pockets been lined to do what has been asked. Talked to a very good friend in Detroit, Michigan. There are gonna have to be major cuts, and you're gonna have to live with it for the next year if we're gonna see any kind of leadway, any kind of leadway. Once again, like I said, we go home with our 6 figures, some of you do, and you don't even blink. I was in Douglas this weekend, in Orange Mound this weekend. And the people said one little thing, and I just kind of giggled, but this is my saying for it. They're not asking for a Tesla. Neither are they asking for a Cadillac. But they sure deserve something than Flintstone vehicle study just trying to dig their way out of mess that this city has put them in. The last administration did not do us right. We're paying $10 million here. We got the Matter Transit looking like something out of a third world country. Got all kind of texts and emails. We have programs. Programs don't work. People work programs. We got enough programs. Use the programs that are already in place. Use the people that are actually doing the work. It's a whole lot of stuff that I'm going to propose on 25th that I want to cut. And we're going to cut them because it's the right thing to do for right now. We're going to have to ride on a tight budget for the next year. And together, we can do it together. The old saying that I've heard so many times, and I've gone back to look at FY23 budget. I looked at FY22 budget. Looked at it at YouTube. I looked at FY21 budget. I listened and I heard, and I listened and I heard everything that was said. And some of these people were sitting right here in this administration. Never bucked and never said a word, but allowed it to go the way it went. People sit in these chairs, 1, 2, 3, 4. They come with their amazing ideas and all their money that they'll need. Money, 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 money. And this city looks like it's embarrassing. So yes, there are going to be major cuts. And the poor Black communities are going to get what they deserve this rip. So, I don't know if it was the plan to bankrupt this city and the private sector come and take over so they can rule and do what they want to do. But it's going to be an interruption. I told you weeks and weeks and months ago, it was time out. And if you didn't stop, it's exposure time. So we're going to cut. And we're going to cut hard. I yield the floor, Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman. I've got Councilwoman Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
There's a lot of error. I'm so sorry. Let me apologize. I'm sorry, Councilwoman. I screwed up earlier, and there were some arrows, and I looked quickly down, and I did skip Councilwoman Walker, and that's my fault. I just want to make it right. Sorry, because I usually lean on my left, so I apologize to members. We've got after Councilwoman Walker, we've got the order back the way it was supposed to be. So again, I apologize. Go ahead.
Needed, I was late raising my hand.
That's all right.
But it's my turn?
You do it.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in your earlier statement, and I think Councilwoman Cooper Sutton so eloquently referred to this as well about these amounts, these surprises, these oops, OOPS, 3 exclamation points that we've had to deal with in 5.5 months already. What will take place? And I'm going somewhere with this, I guess, but what can take place to keep that from happening next year? All these surprises.
That's a great question, Councilwoman. I think I'll say from our perspective, the council and me, need to be more diligent about having the administration come and discuss that. I say it a lot, but basically we as a council have to make the budget a priority throughout the year. In my experience, the council will typically pass the budget and then we go back to a lot of presentations and we can get stuck in conversations that take 2 or 3 hours on a Tuesday, and then we just kick the can. 2 weeks goes by, 3 weeks goes by, and all of a sudden, next thing you know, we're 4 months into the budget. I would, however, and that's my commitment to you all. I think this would, if you're okay, I'd like to recognize Chief Person and Chief Adams to answer what the administration's commitment is going to be to the council and to the public going forward.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you for the question, Councilwoman. It's Walter Person, Interim CFO, 125 North Main. One of the things that we discussed, and we actually discussed it going back to January, is setting up a digital dashboard for the finance department. The deputy that I had at the time had taken the lead on it, and the deputy left. And since that time, we've been working in the background on it, although it did lose a little momentum, but it is my goal to get that up and running in July that will give budget information in real time to not only the council, but to the public. In addition to that, what we're hoping to do after each monthly close in accounting is to provide a snapshot that is kind of locked in real time based on that closing information, how we're performing in real time against the budget, so that we won't have 6-month, 9-month periods down the road where major variations occur. We'll be aware of those variations and at least be in a position to address those variations in a real-time basis. Now, from an operations standpoint, I know that Chief Adams may be speaking to some approaches that he plans to take. In addition to that, we will maintain and continue our quarterly reports as well, which is what we've been doing all along. But one of the things that came out of this for us, and we're both new to our positions, is that letting things go on for periods of time without having those protocols in place puts us in a bad spot.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am, and I echo Chief Person's sentiments about, thank you for the question. One of the things that we've been talking about and we are going to implement, Chief Fouché has talked about, there are going to be some internal controls with respect to our positions as well, that we won't allow positions to languish or lay vacant when there's an opportunity to fill or to look at the funding in that position and it's laid dormant, that we will come back to you all and deal with it appropriately, if that is to reallocate within the division for those that are actually bearing the brunt of the work, or if it is to reallocate altogether. So we do have that is being developed, and we'll have that. Now, with respect to operations, one of the things that Mayor Young and I talked about, and he asked and he challenged us, what's going to be different about this particular fiscal year? And one of the things that I told him is we're going to exercise extreme discipline with respect to our spending. We are going to spend, but you will see the spend. The spend will be seen in the community. You will see the programming. You will see the effort, and we will have an expressed interest in, as he said, a pandemic level of effort with respect to delivering services and programs to the citizens. So those are things that we will have, and then most importantly, there will be a heightened level of accountability starting at the top, going down.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you to both of you, and I look forward to that. So, Mr. Chair, earlier you mentioned about the middle class and upper middle class will be the most impacted by attacks.
Deviation in a bell curve.
What percentage of property does the middle class and upper middle class own in Memphis? Would you happen to know that?
I wouldn't know that off the top of my head, as I'm not a local economist, but the data is in the census information published from 2020. And I can tell you that not only is it not matter whether they own a building or not, they live in one. And if they rent it or own it, they still have to pay property taxes. And if they're a small business owner, which is the leading, we have more small business owners in the city of Memphis. I think it's something like 13,000 LLCs. Almost every one of them either operates out of their home or in a brick and mortar location that would also have to pay taxes.
Okay, so I'm clear on the point that you're making, and I'm just trying to see, although these groups that you've identified may be the most impacted, but nevertheless, we still may not be the majority property owners. So I think I support, I just want to go on record. I do support a property tax hike, not the 75 cents, but I do. So in case you're wondering about who's supporting what, and the balance, the equity, it's like it's almost like it's not proper or politically correct to say certain things or refer to certain things. So I ran in 2019, and as a certified yoga instructor, my campaign slogan was "Less Balanced Memphis." Memphis was not balanced then. It's not balanced now. It's been referred to multiple times. And whatever we do with this budget, it needs to be about the business of balancing Memphis. Just like I talk about the questions about Elvis Presley Boulevard, and thank you for mentioning it today, Councilman Ford. There are certain districts that we get questions that other districts don't get. The people that live near 3rd Street, they want to know why 3rd Street don't look like Elvis Presley. And the people who are near Elvis Presley, they want to know why Elvis Presley doesn't look like the Poplar Corridor. It is the best of times. It is the worst of times. And of course, that's Charles Dickens from A Tale of Two Cities. It needs to be the best of times for more Memphians. Thank you, and I yield the floor.
Thank you, Councilwoman. All right, we go right. Councilwoman Green, then Easter Thomas, then Spurgeon, Washington, then we got Logan coming after. Councilwoman Green.
Thank you, Chair. I actually just wanted to ask a couple of clarifying questions. And the first goes back to your proposal. And that was so my resolution right now is written for a doubling of Class C. I couldn't quite understand what your proposal was.
Yes,
thank you.
Class C would move from 30 currently to 100.
Okay, and I just wanted to make sure also, we sent it via email to the council. My staffer did. We finally got the information from Clerk Halbert for the classes D through H, so that you could see what we are charging fees on currently. There's multiple that we're not, and then there's a few that we're only charging $10 for. So I just wanted to make sure everybody got that. I don't have the numbers on D through H from the clerk's office for how many of those that we are currently issuing the registration fees for. I've asked for that information. Again, hopeful it will come soon. But, you know, of note is that those would generate even more funds above and beyond. So I just wanted to put that out there.
Yeah, I think it's a great point. And I'm not sure if that was a partial question, but it'd be my intent to balance that back out as those came in line to hit the gross number more than it is about the vehicle, if that makes sense. But
yeah,
yes, I just want to reiterate how much I appreciate that, like you at least bringing that forward. It, no matter what happens, to be frank, just for the public, especially to have a new member go and do that's hugely helpful. But the reality is, even if we were keeping it currently flat, like when I say it, when we say the vehicle fee, we're talking about this Class C passenger motor vehicle. But we have been missing out on low-hanging fruit registration fees for so long. I just again, just want to tell you how much I appreciate you going and doing that and bringing it forward, because even if that vehicle registration fee stays flat for this year, we need to be adopting this additional schedule, period. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate that. And hopefully we also bring in some money on our citation amnesty program. I'm waiting on numbers from Clerk Johnson about what we've raised since we put that into place on May 21st. Again, hopeful that that helps offset some of these things, because while I agree with many things that have been said, I think across the board, people have talked about cuts today. There will need to be cuts, but there does need to be revenue. And so I've worked hard to try to find some places for revenue. On the cuts, Chair, I'm just, I'm new here. It's my first time on this side of the street. And so I've kind of heard back and forth, like cuts will be made today or cuts will be coming on Tuesday. Can you kind of outline for me what we're planning on doing and when?
Yes, I was hoping Brooke was in here just to help me through this, but ultimately I'm happy to start hearing them now if people want to make them. I was just saying for me, ultimately, yes, staff is ready to track any and all amendments, cuts, adds, or anything any member wants to bring. I wanted to walk this group because we just gotten the budget books through what I intend to bring for a vote. And it can be divided, brought down, because some members, this year's a little complex because some members have, Councilman Ford wants to bring basically a full budget with a fixed tax rate, and his is more comprehensive. Some members want to cut a program or they want to add a program. So I'm happy to hear any and all proposals. We can have votes. And then on Tuesday, we will begin to reconcile those. So just to be honest, like there may be a member that brings something that gets votes today, and then on Tuesday, it gets amended, cut, or taken out. And so it's just a way to kind of, again, start the process. That's why I really kind of walked through what I wanted to do verbally, because I know that it's very unlikely that the council goes for that proposal. But I wanted to kind of give here's where I'm at. Let me know where you're at. And if you want to do that verbally or you want to bring a full motion, that's you're entitled to do it however you would prefer.
I just know we've had some back and forth on when motions could be brought.
Yeah,
so
no,
I've
been wanting them for about a week.
I can bring some later today. Can I ask a couple of clarifying
absolutely.
Of our CAO and CFO? I have two other before I bring any motions. On our vacancies right now, if I'm recalling all these giant presentations, which I realize now some of them may have been accurate, some of them may have been less than accurate now that we've gone through and done some cleanup. But on the vacancies themselves, I know in the police, we sort of have right-sized, I would say, not cut any positions, but not funded a number of the positions. And if I can recall, there was over 700 that were vacant, and about 300 were left unfunded. And when I asked Chief Davis how many she could run through the academy in a year, maximum, she said about 200. And even if we brought in another 100 in laterals, which would be a record year, that would still leave another 100. So I'm wondering, in her vacancies in particular, if we feel like we have the right number. And then I would also ask across the board if we have in other divisions vacancies that have been open for more than 18 months. And if so, how many? and you may not have that answer for me today. You may have to get it back to me. But I think it's fair if we look at one division that we look at all divisions and how long, if you've had a position open for a year and a half, I have an argument that you might not ever be able to fill it or you don't need it. And then the other question I have in the updated budget books, thank you for getting those to me. My husband might not thank you for getting them to me over Father's Day weekend, but one of the line items that I noticed and I didn't understand or see an explanation for was $2 million in public safety initiatives. Can someone speak to what that is? And it was my understanding that the $20 million in special projects that the mayor wanted was part of it was reallocated to the impasse raises, and then the other $7 million were taken out. Did y'all put $2 million back in, or is this something that's been there for a while?
No, ma'am. The $2 million in that line had been it's been there the entire time, and it's relative to funding funding like GVIP and things of that nature that were ARPA related, and so it's in that area. And so it's not necessarily for GVIP, but it's for those special initiatives that
right.
that we once had ARPA related funds.
They were grant related,
yes,
and
ma'am.
the grants have run out. Okay,
yes, ma'am.
That's clear to me now because it showed 0 in the other years, and now I understand why it showed 0 in the other years, and this year it's in this part. Okay, and so back to the vacancies, I guess. If you know anything about the police right now, or if you know anything about other divisions and things that have been open for longer than 18 months.
Hi, it's Walter Person again. There were 382 positions in police that were not funded due to the understanding that Chief Davis could operate within that framework given her current complementing going up. And I think your numbers were pretty much accurate. If you look at even if she was able to net 300 out of all of the recruiting efforts, that would still give her a little bit of latitude to operate. In terms of 18-month-old positions or older, I think that work has been done largely in HR. It's probably just being confirmed. But at some point, I believe that we will be able to give you that accurate count and that information.
Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry. I do believe that Chief Fouché has provided that information. We just don't remember that, have that off a recall. So
She's back there.
Yeah, so we can get that information for you relatively quickly.
I guess the real question for me is, have those been unfunded or cut from your budget, or are they still there and sitting there?
So there has, most of them, some of them have, but most of them are there only because the conversation with the divisions, is that they are essential positions. Like I'll say in Chief Person's office, he's had trouble hiring. And so what we did was we talked to Chief Fouché and we discussed the various iterations in which to fund those particular positions. And to your point, the hard questions with regard to talking about staffing agencies and augmenting services, what do we need to do really to actually upgrade the salaries in those positions? And so you'll find in those particular areas, that's where you have. Now, I don't know that will net a lot of positions that are beyond the 18 months. So that's why we did look at MPD, quite honestly, because of
right.
carrying the high vacancies. We know that actually goes beyond the 18-month threshold.
I truly, it's just an equity thing for me. If we're going to look at one division, then we need to look at all divisions, and it would go back to that same, whether it's staffing or positions that are sitting vacant. If we can eliminate those and raise the pay of the people that are there, then maybe we can recruit and retain a little bit better. So that's sort of my thought process around that. Is I hate for us to have empty seats sitting on the books, because it's not just the salaries, it's the pension and the benefits too. And so we're being charged extra even than what's in all these divisions. So it could be 3 positions here and 2 positions there and 8 over there. I don't know, but I know all of that together, plus benefits, plus pensions, plus holidays, I guess that's the thing I'm learning today. All of that adds up, right? And I think it's fair if we are talking about right-sizing the police department, that we talk about right-sizing all our divisions. So, Chief Boucher, she's nodding, she's showing me her phone. I feel like she's gonna get me that information.
Yeah, and so one of the things that we talked about as well, you have police and you have fire, but when you start looking at the smaller divisions, and I use general services as one, I mean, when you start looking at electricians, and quite honestly, we are at the lowest scale with respect to our electricians, our HVAC techs, and our plumbers. So when you want to right size it, you want to fill those positions, then time is not your friend. And so we do augment a lot with our contracted services. And because of collective bargaining, you bargain those wages as opposed to actually zeroing in and raising those wages individually. So with that being said, you're right as far as looking, and we have looked, but we've also identified those that we could actually move on sooner than later. I think this council, even last year, took some of the positions from general services for that specific reason, because the reality was that they were not going to be able to bring those people on board. But we just didn't want to get too far where we've already cut them to the bone. We just didn't want to cut off the arm or the leg.
Yeah, I hear you. Thank you. I think I have my clarifying questions. If and when I have some resolutions, I'll get back in the queue.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. We are to Councilwoman Easter Thomas and then Swearingen, Washington.
Thank you, Chair. I have a couple of questions, mostly logistical. When you said earlier, when you were going through your list, and I know we'll get a printout, you talked about the MATA grant. Which grant were you referring to?
Good question. So we just the $30 million grant, the annual grant subsidy. Yeah, nothing to do with ARPA that we did.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I just need to make sure. And then you answered that one. So with the process for hearing, I don't have any proposals. I think we'll have enough to look through and sort through, and I can give my opinions there. So for the process for the budget, and people's proposals and could add, mend, how are you proposing that we're able to look at, because the ones who were on last time, we never been in this situation. Probably should have been, but we never been in this situation. So how are we going to, what's your thought process on looking through, compare, being able to, because seeing one at a time isn't going to work.
Yeah,
because somebody may have a good idea, and then another council member may have a better idea, but then you forgot what the other one said. So how are we able to be able to see all of these legally at the same time?
Yeah.
To be able to sort through that, because just my opinion, I don't think one coming one at a time, 2 today and 2 next week is going to be any help for anybody on this body. Especially
yeah,
the
so
one
I
online.
think that's a great question. And I've gone around, and last year I had a very clear way about how I wanted to go about it, because I knew at the time that with ARPA in particular, and thinking that we were bumping up against the wall, which we clearly had not only bumped up against that wall, we had torn through it and into another room on our expenses. So the reason I went round and round is I didn't really know where we were going to end up as far as members wanting individual. You remember last year, everybody kind of there was a lot of like, hey, I want to do that. I want to do this. I'd like to do this. And so we did that list, and then we kind of took it one by one and what we could. And so to answer your question is I think we will probably end up in some form of that. The hardest part is not knowing where what people would consider like the core expense going forward, and like what that potential revenue source would be. Meaning, so if you did no new programming, if you cut the mayor's 20 million and you didn't do raises, and you still did some form of a tax increase, how much of that is your core business, like turning on the lights in the building, and then how much of it does the body consider like discretionary, like whether it's professional services, or it's employ or it's a grant. And I guess my point is that I don't know how much of that is where we need to be, right? Because I think that's where right, like no one is proposing to have a salary cut of 2.5% across the board. Mm-hmm. So the question is like how many, and that's the thing is I don't know what people really have kind of in their pockets on like individual programs. It seems to be, what of the mayor's proposed increased programming are we going to do? How much in raises and to who are we going to give them? What are some other ones that have been, professional services has been a big one. So I guess when everybody, and that's why I wanted to talk through mine today more than like put it out there for a vote, is to kind of let you think about it, get it to you in writing and hope that we can pile it down and kind of take it one by one or maybe just dispose of it quickly. So I'm happy to hear them because I think we just have got to start doing them. But yes, I think my whole point was I think on Tuesday we will come to a point or Monday of next week come to a point that says, here's everything that's been proposed. Here's what it cost. And I guess we just start making votes. I mean, that's kind of, it's a rocky thing because I think people kind of have a number in their mind, on I may be willing to do X, but only if it gets me Y and Z. And, Senior is a good example. He's like, I'm between 48 and 52 cents. So he needs to tell us what he wants to do in that wheelhouse, right? Okay. So I wish I had more clarity, but like you said, we've never really been in this position. I will do my absolute best, I mean this, to try and ensure that no proposal, no thought, no vote doesn't get a fair opportunity to be heard and voted on. But like, it's gonna be bumpy. Like, and honestly, when I say we're gonna miss something, we're not gonna miss the revenues. We may miss an expense here or there, but like we can move that around and it's probably gonna take some time. It's not gonna be, I feel highly comfortable in saying that it is not gonna be a tight budget all the way down to the 1% mark. We're gonna have to probably have some budget cleanup here or there, but I know that doesn't really answer your question super specifically, but I can tell you, like, I put a lot of thought into it and I just have not come with a good path yet because I don't really know where everybody's at.
Okay. And that's fair. And when you say Tuesday, you mean next Tuesday, not tomorrow.
Yeah, that's another good thing. And I even went to Chief Hyman about, to your very question, I was like, I need everybody's staff members to be like tracking things that people are saying or bringing so that we can reconcile them, so that we can have that conversation.
Yeah.
And I think to your point, in order to give people a bit of comfort that their resolution is not going to get lost or their opportunity to present and the vote means the most on Tuesday, that's probably the time to really get at it. But like, is it going to surprise me if my colleagues come back and say we are absolutely not voting for a $100 vehicle registration fee? No, it is not going to surprise me. But I wanted it out there, and so there's no point for me forcing a full vote if that makes sense, right? So it's just like having that conversation.
I'm gonna finish. I'm gonna finish my thought forward.
Sorry.
Okay. I know you just walked in, so I was in the middle.
Yeah. Go ahead, Councilwoman.
Thank you for that, for the clarification. As I said, colleagues, I don't have any proposals. I'll just be giving all my good 2 cents on everybody else's thoughts. But the things that I think about when we talk about the position that we're in, the lessening of funding in our general fund balance that we've had decreased just over the last 6 months. But then also, as we all have talked about, things needing to be different, things needing to be better, and we need to find new ways of doing things. So when I instantly think of something being flat, I think about maintaining what we have. And when I think about maintaining what we have, I'm not all that enthused about it. So I'm just being transparent, giving out my thoughts as well. If we are just maintaining what we've been doing, are things in our city going to get better or are they going to get worse? But we also know that if we are asking for increases in anything, whether it be Class C, whether it be solid waste, whether it be taxes, people in our districts, in our cities should be insured of something better, should be insured of an improvement, and shouldn't just be insured of extra dollars. So even if we're not talking about taxes, even if we as a body just agree for Class C and solid waste, that's a lot of pressure, right? If you're talking about $6 to $12, that means we should be very clean in the city if that's the only thing that we're getting out of this fiscal year. So just letting you all know that I'm very, very happy to hear you all's proposals. I just would want us and the administration just to think about if that penny means a penny worth of improvement for our city, how does that look like tangibly? How can we as a 13-person body be able to pinpoint and showcase our folks in our district what we did with their penny or their $100 on their vehicle registration or their $6 on solid waste? We should be able to tangibly show everybody that. And then also we should be ready if we vote a no increase in property tax to be able to tangibly show what's being maintained and what we weren't able to do this year because what we couldn't increase on. So those are just my thoughts. Just wanted to share that, and I look forward to seeing everybody's proposals.
Very good points. Thank you, Councilwoman. I've got Councilwoman Swearingen Washington, and then Logan, Warren, and Ford.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for all your hard work. We appreciate you so much.
Hey, that is the only thanks I get.
I do want to say that I am adamantly against us eliminating our grant program because we know that, well, I know from experience in my district, there are several organizations that truly bless many children and families, give them opportunities, cultural experiences, educational experiences, even scholarships, so that they can qualify for scholarships. And we definitely need that program to exist. So I'm hoping that you all will keep that on your heart. Also, when it comes to the registration fees, Chair, Councilwoman Green, and we're so proud of your effort. Thank you, you and Takesha. From my experience with my dad, he was a judge. He had several cases with motorcycle accidents. My son, he was a fireman for years. The motorcycle accidents pull a lot of our firemen, our EMTs, our police officers. I think that, would hope that you all would consider, we have doubled the fee for the motor vehicles from 30 to 60. But as much trouble as people that ride motorcycles put on our EMTs and police officers and firemen, I would hope that we would consider raising those fees as well. Currently, they're paying $10, and the proposed fee is $16.75. So I'm proposing that we would at least double it, if not triple it, for the motorcycles and also the motorcycles with 3 wheels, because it's gone from $21 to $23.75. And it's a great hobby, but it places quite a hardship on our first responders. So I'm asking if you all would consider a higher fee in those areas.
So I have a motion on the floor to change the schedule as proposed. Is there a second for that motion? Are there any members that would like to discuss that motion? I've got Councilwoman Green in the queue.
Chair, thank you. And I just wanted to add, I appreciate what you've said. And when we did work on vehicle registration fee issues on the other side of the street last year, the motorcycle fees were one of the things that we did actually double. Our focus, of course, was the rebuild of Region 1. And in particular, Region 1 sees a lot of our motorcycle accidents because they're not just whiplash or minor fender benders. They are severe injuries. And so again, another place where we end up paying for that is in our hospitals and on our insurance fees. So I appreciate that. I accept the friendly amendment. I just want to make sure it was 20 for motorcycles and 42 for the 3-wheel. Are you doubling that one as well? Yes. Okay. Yes. Thank you, Councilwoman. Thank you, Chair.
Colleagues, any other members on this motion? Councilman Warren.
Yes, as the county, Councilwoman Green, as the county's looking at potentially trying to rebuild Regional 1, I think one thing as a city we need to look at is Methodist University's got about 500 beds that are empty and not staffed with nurses. So before we go ahead and spend a lot of money there, it might be interesting to see what the university, Region 1 and Methodist University could come up with before we spend money. So I don't know if you've heard that, but it's a reasonable proposition to think about how we do that without building another hospital when we've got capacity right now. We just don't have staff.
Yeah. A fun conversation for another group. But a good one the public is going to have. All right, where am I now? Okay, I've got Councilwoman Logan. Are you online with us still?
Yes, I am.
The floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Good afternoon, colleagues. I had a couple of things. The first thing being, and I appreciate my colleague Councilwoman Easter Thomas for noting that we have never ever been in this situation. We've gone through several budgets and they've gone all different ways from COVID to now, but this has been the most challenging. For one, just the anxiety of not having a budget this close to when it's supposed to be, by law, from my understanding, supposed to be approved. It has been very challenging, and knowing all of the things that we were hearing and being faced with, that was even more challenging, especially when you take to heart, as we all do, making certain that we fulfill our role. Number one role is helping to make sure we have a balanced budget and are on top of the finances. So I said that to say, we just recently got our books. There's another book that I still don't have that, I think is at the guard check. But considering that, we had to go through this really fast, we've gotten the information we went through very fast, the presentations, and I know it's been said that we can't cut our way into prosperity. I agree with that. But from cuts to increasing revenue, I think that's kind of how you get to a balanced budget. But especially when you're faced with income deficits. So I've been noticing in the book that I still, to me, see overlap. I still see some things that are not, what I feel they should be. So I do think it's important, and Chair, you can speak to this. I do think it's important for, now that we've gotten the book supposedly right-sized or gotten the correct book, when the directors came before us, and I'm not saying we need to have the directors come, but because we're going to have to cut, and there are some things in these budgets that, to me, look like overlap and may not have been taken out or may not have been reconsidered. So there seems to be still some places in the budget that need to be reduced. And I think it's important for either the COO and the CFO, along with us and the division leaders, to really look at that, because we are going to we have to have more income. So I think most of us are prepared and have talked to some of our constituents about the fact that there's going to need to be. And I think some constituents understand that a slight budget is necessary if we want the type of services that we're looking for. We definitely don't want what we've been having, because if you put on things on pause, they're only going to continue to spiral downward. But in order for us to look at, is 860 or 90 million still, is that an accurate budget even? I know, you said if you may have met with all of them and you might have sat down with every division leader and say, take me through your budget, or have you gone through the budget since we got the right book and looked at if there's any fat in the budget, if there's any overlap in the budget, is there anything that absolutely is not needed? For instance, there may be reference to travel expenses or college reimbursement, then you got tuition reimbursement, then you got book reimbursement. Some of those things might need to be on pause for a minute in some divisions. And then some like horticulture, we don't hardly have anything in horticulture, but yet everybody wants to clean up the city and beautify the city. So that may need to be something that is a priority. But, we're looking at outside equipment, internal equipment, these different things that we don't even know what they are. And they're big ticket items, but we don't know what they are. We don't know, as in times past, we just taken the word, not to say that anybody is misrepresenting, but we might need to say, well, no, that's not a priority right now. And I know I'm not trying to run the division. I know that's not our job, but I don't think that we're able to really look at this book without the division leaders or COO and say that this is a streamlined, realistic budget book that we're looking at, which reflects what's supposed to happen in the divisions. And again, that's the first thing that I'm very concerned that there's been a short turnaround and not enough time to get with the division leaders or for them to say yes or no. I've gone through with the fine-tooth comb and eliminated the things that we can wait a couple of years on or we can wait a year on. As you've mentioned, for us to do or for the communities or the constituents to do by eliminating some of the council grants. There's a lot of necessary work that happens through those entities that we give grants to, and we know that they are doing some necessary work to keep our city stable. But I've also seen in this book where the administration grants some of these same people money that we give money to. So we might need to combine some of the effort, or might need clarification on that. But that just speaks to, again, my point as to I don't think that we've had the opportunity this budget season to really look at a clear budget with the directors, and haven't had time enough to get with each one of them individually after getting this book. I know we had the weekend to look at it, but then you don't have questions. You haven't had time to go back and ask the division leaders, well, what about this line and what about that? Because we just got it. Secondly, I definitely feel that we need some level of revenue. We cannot stay flat in the monies we're getting. I do so appreciate Councilwoman Green, and I'm grateful that she's a part of our board, our body rather, so we can have a glance at what is taking place in the county that has been effective, because we know that they have money, and so these are ways in which we are able to bring online more revenue, and hopefully we'll get to see additional areas or ways to do that. And thirdly, it was noted previously about what's taking place, excuse me, in the different locations or different areas of our city. Say, for instance, Bartlett. I know Bartlett, they have a lot of things in terms of well, I'm not going to say a lot. They have line items in their budget in terms of beautification. They have teams that go out and, planting flowers and doing these different things because that's a priority. And they have private investors, or other municipalities may have private investors that adopt certain roads or streets and beautify them and make sure they're clean and things like that. So, private versus public investment in our communities, I'm not sure if we're all looking at that and how that impacts us, because I don't know. I know with our CIP projects, we're able to do things in our communities, but I don't think we'll ever be able to really get our communities the way we want to see them with the CIP process. So that's something to discuss or talk about. I know we may not be able to do it with this budget, but we're going to have to be able to figure out a way to to, invest in our communities in a way that's going to move the needle, because we don't have private investment as we should, and might need to, have a position that looks at that and how to extract those private dollars from these companies that come in and allow that to impact our community so that we don't have to put it all on our budget, which is on the backs of our people, and not these companies that are here. And we definitely want to keep them, but a healthy city is going to make for a healthy company for them, a healthy environment for them as well. But those are just the things that I wanted to note, mainly being our time with this budget and being able to look at it intelligently and make certain that this $891 million that we're faced with is actually accurate or necessary or critical. And with that, I yield back, Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman Logan. I've got Councilman Ford and then Councilman Smiley, and I think then after Councilman Smiley, I think Councilwoman Green may have some. Oh, did you not already speak? Okay, I thought you spoke earlier on the. Okay, gotcha. All right, Councilman Warren, then Councilman Ford, then Chair Smiley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to put a broad stroke on this. The last Bureau of Labor statistic report that came out of the federal government showed that we added 272,000 jobs in May. That was higher than the 180,000 jobs that were predicted. New jobs included healthcare, government, leisure, hospitality, professional, scientific, and technical services. Wages were up over the past year an average of 4.1%, while inflation was 3.4%. And we're talking about 5% raises for our people who haven't had raises for a period of time. That's average what's been going on. Unemployment moved up from 3.9 to 4% after being at 3.9% for 27 months. And the reason I'm talking about this is it's got to do with the supply side economics that started in 1981 with Ronald Reagan. And at that point in time, the idea was it's a demand economy. We lower taxes on people who have a lot of money, and it's just going to trickle down, and everybody on the bottom is going to do really well. Well, during that time period from 1981 to 2021, $50 trillion moved from the bottom 90% of the economy to the top 1% of the people in America. So what we're looking at here is we're saying if we raise taxes, and it's property taxes, the people that have the most, valuable property will be paying the significant amount of the taxes. And when they do that, it's going to go back to the government. And this idea that the government can't do anything is wrong. Okay, I don't think that that's true. We know what our police department can do if they've funded and their staff. We know what our fire department can do. We know what our public service department can do. We know we haven't been paying them. We know we haven't been investing in them. And now is a time that we have to say, this is a different world. We have to say we are going to not listen to the naysayers out there who are saying you can't do this because you're going to tear everything up. We need to start investing in our city again. And that means we're going to have a significant tax increase, and we need to pay the people that are needing these raises. If the average raise is 4.1% across the country, and we haven't given anybody but a 1% raise for the last 5 years, I don't think a 5% raise is too much. So as we move forward, we have to fund it, which means we have to put a tax base in there that is going to allow us to do that. So, Mr. Chair, one of the things I wanted to make sure after just that general comment was I wanted to see, did you want us at this point to start adding things so Councilwoman Easter Thomas and the rest of us can see what other people on the council think is important? And so we have it all out on the table now, yes, as opposed to bringing it later, because I see we just had a couple things from Councilman Smiley. And I guess what I want, if that's the case, I would like to move the proposal that I've tried to bring a couple times about what we need to do for our homeless families and for the Hub North forward. and I'll pass that out, and just to put it on the table
Yeah.
so people can see it.
Actually, I screwed that up last time. We got busy and out of here. So really all we need is a vote on it. It was as amended, right? It's basically the 2 million.
Well, I think what we were looking at is we were looking at how we're going to fund this and put it into our budget as we move forward.
Right.
Okay. And part of it was a CIP component.
Right.
Part of it was an operations component.
And the CIP, and the operations component, they were going to be split.
Right. It was going to be split. And the other issue was we needed to make sure that we had the CIP component that we were able to vote on so we can move forward with that.
Right. So do you have the CIP done?
I think we've got both of those, and I'll have them passed out today.
Cool. Perfect.
And I just want to put those on the floor so we know that that's what we have coming forward. If that's okay with the
That would be
chairman.
great.
Okay, so
You want to do that right now?
I don't want to vote it on. I just wanted them handed out. So I mean, we're not voting on things today, correct?
Yeah, we're voting on them. We can add them. Here's what I'm trying to tell you is the vote matters, but it doesn't matter because unless we have a budget that is balanced when all the votes are done, this is what Michaelin was asking earlier, which makes it so hard. What I just keep wanting to reiterate is I am happy to have these votes. They mean just about diddly until we get it all out on the table. But I just don't want you to feel like, hey, Chase said not to vote on it, so we didn't vote on it, and so it's kind of up to you. My point is we're going to track every single thing that is brought forward, and come the last day, we're going to try and balance the budget.
Okay, so I guess the issue that I want is I just want it on the table so when we have our final nomination and final vote, we're considering this as part of a whole package.
Unless somebody has an objection on this body, I will honor anybody's proposal and ensure that it gets the appropriate consideration before the budget gets voted and passed on. If you would like a vote today to see where the votes are, I'm happy to call a vote on something. If you don't and you want it like I did for discussion purposes, I'm happy to accommodate that. So you have my commitment.
What I'm trying to do is
I got you. I'm agreeing with you. You're taking the second path. You're passionate out. You want everybody to marinate on it, and you want to vote on it come Tuesday, 25th.
But I want people to be able to ask questions about it today if they have any questions.
Great. Then so let's get them laid back out, and we'll move them for discussion, and then we can hold a vote or not hold a vote on it.
Okay.
Sound good?
Yeah, sounds good.
I've got a point of information from Councilman Ford.
Are we gonna meet tomorrow?
It depends. If the body wants to meet tomorrow, we can go late today.
We were gonna meet Monday and Tuesday.
I'm happy to do that.
I don't know.
Yeah, well, I'm happy to meet tomorrow. The reality is that
Because everybody want to bring a motion and this, that, and the other, want to vote on it today, which you said it don't mean nothing. Okay, put it on the plate today and let's meet tomorrow. Okay? We got a budget, so it shouldn't make a difference what day we meet on until we get everything. Okay, because you know what? We ain't really done nothing in the last 2 weeks.
no, it's been tough.
Okay, we really hadn't done, no, it ain't been tough, we just ain't done nothing, okay? But I mean, everybody wanna put something in there, wanna vote on something, and, Councilwoman Green, just bringing all of these motions, I want you to go back over there where your job is. Listen to me, man, listen to me, very clearly, right? Tell them we want the money that they owe us. Maybe we can get to meet that, okay? Because across the street, bullshit, okay? Excuse the expression, but let them, hey, go over there since you gonna bring all these different little items, you know, raise this, raise that. You brought it up. To charge the people more money. Because we're going to have a tax increase, just be honest, and we're going to have all these fees. You putting 3, 4, 5 different things on people right now. And it ain't going to be but certain people, and that's going to be my people. I got an issue with it. But now, you go across the street and tell them bring that checkbook back over here and pay us what they owe us, okay? Since you're bringing all these fees. Sound good to you, but my people can't afford that, okay? You can, but you know what? My people don't know if they're gonna be able to pay the utility bill. If I go to the grocery store, and you know, I can give y'all a story. I have flashbacks on people that love money and wanna mess over somebody else. I was in the grocery store, struggling. Shit, I had a half a damn bag, excuse the expression. I saw somebody had 3 or 4 baskets with perfume. I hope y'all understand where I'm coming from.
Yes.
It's all about themselves. Don't care about them. Especially when you got people on fixed income, things like that. I can't pay. I gotta go to Walgreens. Instead of me getting my full prescription, I buy. You can go to Walgreens and probably ain't gotta pay a dime. I'm having issues with it, okay? If you want to bring this, that's what I said. Y'all, and I'm turning black again, okay? I don't want to be black. But I have to turn black because we the ones that put the doggone bill. Everybody else live off of us. Things, okay?
Amen.
I love you, but I don't like across the street. Okay, and I love you, but hey, it's just certain issues. I love everybody in here, but when it comes down to business and my people, and then, hey, who's gonna suffer, who's gonna do, you know, don't say, hey, you wanna help somebody, and that's not true. That's not true. Because if it was true, I wouldn't get people every day calling from your district. You want me to help? It's not my district. I got to be quiet right now because, hey, I don't think we need to vote on nothing. We need to meet tomorrow. Let's look at all this, then let's vote. But y'all don't want to just vote on something, okay?
Yes, sir. And those are good points. And obviously, you've got more experience on this body than anybody sitting up here.
Because
And
we've met 3, 4, 5. Hey, we've been meeting, and what the heck have we accomplished? Nothing. Everybody want to go home. I keep trying to tell y'all, quit looking at the clock.
that's why That's why I'd like to have these motions heard. That's my whole thing. Is it's time to start getting through some of these things.
I'm going over there in this room over there and want to eat up everything. I'm serious today. I need to be quiet. You know, after this, you know, I got to think very hard because I like y'all.
Thank you, Councilman Ford. All right, I've got Chair Smiley in the queue.
You know, I've been patiently waiting.
Yeah, sorry about that. That's my fault, honestly. I got totally screwed up.
It's all good. I think what we have to realize as we talk about what we're attempting to do is I was similar to Councilman Ford. When we have issues that concern increasing taxes and fees. We have issues concerning increasing taxes and fees. I was at church this Sunday, and a gentleman walked up to me. He told me he was, see if I get his age right, excuse me, hope you're not listening because I'm about to butcher you. I'm not going to say your name. I think he told me he was 85 and his wife was 86. And he talked about he moved in Whitehaven over 50 years ago, and they were the first black family. And now his neighborhood has completely changed. And he said, his concern is what this council is doing. He said all he hears about additions and additions and additions to the budget, but this body is yet to take affirmative action as it relates to what are we doing to tighten up the budget. And I told him this. I said, I can't speak for everyone else, but I can't speak for myself and what I believe the other members are doing. We're listening. We're trying to figure out how to I guess get the city out of the hole that we're in. And I know we got a 5-cent increase from Councilman Warren's proposed. We have several other increases to come. But what I'm yet to hear is anyone take any affirmative action to make any cuts. So with that being said, now before I start saying we need to cut some stuff, I do want to reiterate, I do believe that the council did make the right decision when it came to increasing salaries. People have been underpaid for a very long time. So I do think we made the right decision as it relates to increasing salaries. And, I think I'm going to stand by that, and I hope this body does stand by that. But with that being said,
you want me to read one in the record, and then I'll bring the motion.
I was just going to read.
Okay, you got it.
So I was going to read. I have. I think you all received 2 different resolutions. I'm going to read one of them in the record. I'm going to read one at a time. So specifically, I've been talking. I talked a lot about temp service. I talked a lot about federal programming, and I'm going to start with the federal programming one. I'm going to read into the record. Resolution to amend FY25 operating budget. The mayor submitted to council of the city of Memphis on April 9, 2024, and recommended operating budget and capital improvement program budget for the fiscal year ending in June 30, 2025. And whereas the budget committee of the council has held meetings, thoroughly reviewed the recommended operating capital improvement program budgets and will make approved revisions thereto, the council has identified a need for funds to be allocated to other projects, programs, and initiatives that serve the city of Memphis and significantly contribute to its growth and development, ensuring the city of Memphis is financially sound. I think the financially sound part should be highlighted. Whereas the response to COVID-19 pandemic, the federal government provided funds to municipal governments to encourage economic growth and core services through ARPA and CARES Act funds, and the city council intended for those funds to be used for temporary programming, not intended to be included in future budgets as an additional and new expense. Federal funds ran out. Whereas it is the intent of the council that any and all programs created with funds from ARPA or CARES Act across all divisions be discontinued, stricken from the proposed budget, and all proposed funds for aforementioned programs be reallocated to the general fund unassigned balance to replenish the city coffers. I think now therefore be it resolved, the Memphis City Council hereby amend the operating budget for fiscal year 2025 by reallocating and appropriating any and all programs created with funds from ARPA or CARES Act across all divisions be discontinued, stricken from the proposed budget, and all proposed funds for aforementioned programs be reallocated to the general fund unassigned fund balance effective upon approval of this resolution and to be incorporated into Ordinance 5903, an ordinance of the City of Memphis, Tennessee, adopting the annual budget and tax rate for the fiscal year beginning at July 1st, 2024, ending in June 30, 2025. I'm the sponsor, passed it out. Councilwoman Green acknowledged that she wanted to be added as a co-sponsor. And if I may add, and I so move.
Second.
And one of the things
Chairman, it's been properly moved by Chairman Smiley and seconded by Chairman Warren. Chairman Smiley, the floor is still yours.
All right. So one of the things I think is important to highlight, we're adding. At some point, we need to make cuts. One of the things I want to ask the administration, one of the reasons I brought it today as opposed to waiting until the council meeting is, could you all bring forth tomorrow a dollar amount associated with this? Because at that point in time, I will be amending this to add a dollar amount associated with the ARPA and CARES Act funding. I think we have to be good stewards with the people's money, and I think some of the issues that, some of the issues that some of the other municipal governments and agencies have been experiencing is they try to continue programs that they use federal dollars to create. And that's problematic, especially when you talk about the impact it has on the tax rate. And I think it's apparent that the folks who are affected by it, in addition to middle-class folks, is the gentleman that I ran into at the church I attended this Sunday, but it's also, you got poor people, you have business owners, you have middle-class folks, and what we do as a body affects every single person who calls Memphis home. I think we just have to be good stewards of our money. So I'm open to some questions, concerns, critiques, but I do want to vote today.
Yeah.
Because we got to get to work, like Councilman Ford said.
I'm with you. So I would say one thing that I thought about this when you passed out and I was reading it, it just came to me, and I want to make sure we all do. My real quick question is, and it maybe end up being a friendly amendment, I know easily one of the things that you definitely want to see is basically what I would call all unencumbered funds. Yeah. So like free cash unclaimed. Free cash unclaimed. And then I think the separate list, and this may be where the rubber may meet the road tomorrow, are funds that are in out years, but the administration deems them to be encumbered, but the council could determine that they don't want to fulfill the obligations of the contract. So I would show those in two separate buckets of money, so that it's very clear what you would consider, again, is like up for grabs free cash, and then what has been encumbered, because I know we signed some contracts, et cetera. And look, we may not be able to break them, maybe we are, but I know that, I think to the sponsor, is that kind of?
Indeed.
All right, thank you. I've got Councilman Warren in the queue, and then I've got Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
I would like to note that, I'm not sure if I said it, but Councilwoman Green did just sign on.
Yes, and we'll let the record reflect that Councilman Green's been added as a sponsor without objection.
Yes, I guess my question to make a motion is, do we have any idea what programs that we are saying that we want to stop and we don't want to fund anymore? I mean, how many of these were programs that were ongoing that we did not have money to do during that time period and we used it for that? How many of these, what are these programs? And so before I would vote on this, I would like to know what it is. So as opposed to saying you can't use these anymore, take them out, can we like make this motion say, bring us what these are and how much you're paying for them? Because if we take them out, we have no idea, with the effect that's going to be. We're sort of like voting to cut off our nose without knowing where our nose is, just to vote on it. So I'd like to know from the maker of the motion, do you have any idea how many funds these are, what the fund total is, Councilman Smiley, and also where it's coming from? Mr. Chair, if you could,
Thank you,
any general
Dr.
idea.
Warren, Chairman Smiley. Chairman Smiley.
Yes, I'm going to read where is it going.
I was talking about where it's coming from. Is what I wanted to know. Which programs it's coming
all
from.
divisions. I think I've been very clear on that.
Yeah, but I'm saying that I don't know what they're spending them on. So I want to know each program.
Would it be fair to say you're agnostic?
You
Absolutely.
don't care. You don't care what they're spending them on. And I would like to know before I vote.
So I got it. So what I would, in the meantime, like today, what I would do is we, in late April, got an ARPA update. Have your staff members resend that. I'm sure it's changed somewhat. I doubt it's changed dramatically, but that'll probably give you a good starter. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm fully prepared to support this. I know that, and here's why this is pretty funny. In my meeting before I got down here, I said something very similar, which is I wouldn't go and cut a core program that's in there necessarily, but there are things that are in there that have yet to really get up and off the ground. And the best example is MAS. We hired 3 employees for MAS utilizing ARPA dollars because at the time, and I remember we were talking about this at the time, it was so out of control and they didn't have the second center in Southwest Memphis that we couldn't even pick up dogs quickly enough or other animals. And so we paid for a couple of years, we paid with CARES and ARPA funding. This year, the administration is proposing to put those 3 jobs into the general fund. There is ARPA money out there that could continue to pay those over the next 2 years, 3 fiscal years, really. So I think that's the spirit of it. I think the request for information is totally fair, just for facilitating that. But a good starter would be to go grab that April ARPA update, and we'll make sure that you get an up-to-date copy as soon as the administration is able to do that. I highly doubt there was any major deviations, though.
So I guess, Mr. Chairman, the question is, if that's the case, do we need to have a vote on it today until we see the information?
That
Okay,
is.
so in my mind.
Hold on. You asked me a question. I'm going to answer it. That is up to the maker of the motion.
Thank you, Mr. I would request a deferral from the maker of the motion, and just to say that I'd like to see what we're cutting. Thank you.
So if I can respond.
Yeah, Chairman Smiley.
So the reason I'm not comfortable with deferral and the reason I would object to any deferral is it's been clear. I don't really care. Because what we have to do, because you literally brought the resolution adding 5 cents to the property tax. For me, I'm still for me, that's problematic. So knowing we were already at 75 cents. So I heard 5 cents, that's 80 cents. And then I know we have other resolutions. At some point, we're going to be at $1. Somebody, some people on this body have to make some tough decisions. If I have to be the boogeyman today, I will be the boogeyman today. And I hope someone else is the boogeyman tomorrow, because we have to start cutting. We just can't keep adding things on to an already excessive taxing rate. And you talk about we're going to have a significant tax increase. Yes, because we continue to add. We have to make some cuts. So I don't care where the money is. I don't care what program it is, because if it was started, for me, if it was started during a time in which we knew that it was supposed to be temporary, that means we should also know there has to be an end date. It's not supposed to continue in perpetuity. I just have a problem with that. We have to make some tough decisions, and the tough decisions for me will not be adding on to a 75-cent tax increase. It will be making tough decisions about where we can cut. Because I know when
I guess the difference is tough decisions versus
Hold on. Here's remember, guys, and look, I do want to give you time, and I don't want to cut you off. I'm one of the worst offenders. But the reality is this: is like you've made your argument, you get a vote, and here's the best part. It's a non-binding committee vote. So we will. You made your case. I've got Councilwoman Easter Thomas and then Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. The chair at this point, the motion's still on the floor. And yeah, got Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. To the maker of the motion, just to clarify as I'm reading through it, when you say programs, do you mean programs or do you mean jobs or do you mean both?
Everything stemming from bringing in or receiving ARPA dollars. If it's a program, programs were used and ultimately led to some temporary jobs. My issue is we have to start making some cuts. I think it's clear we have to make some cuts because we've made a commitment as a body to also support our full-time employees to give them raises. I think we know we added $13 million. We need to start making some cuts. I want to see the folks in sanitation. I want to see the folks in fire. I want to see the folks in engineering. I want to see the folks in public safety. I want to see every person who works for the city of Memphis to have some type of benefit, but we have to make cuts. We won't get there just adding on the tax revenue. We just can't keep adding on to the tax
Okay,
rate. So that's my position.
So if I'm trying to figure out, if I'm going through the book at home and I'm trying to figure out what falls into this, how would I know?
I think that's the question we've been asking since April, I think it was April 9th, whenever we had the initial presentation from the administration. That's the question we've been asking. We recently received a new revised budget book less than a week ago. And it's not our responsibility to find that information. It's the administration's responsibility to bring this information to us. Okay. What I asked the administration to do is come back tomorrow and put a dollar sign on this. And
okay.
At that point,
so my question go along with what?
Dr. Moore, I feel you. I feel you. So
yeah, the other
I
thing
just want to know
too,
what I'm considering.
And the other thing that's tough about ARPA in particular is the way that it's, to your point, Councilwoman, the way that it's booked. It comes in as a transfer, right, broadly. Like you wouldn't see Fund 245 or ARPA. It comes in as a transfer, and then you'd have to go find it elsewhere and say, okay, we know we transferred $1 million into the budget this year, and it went to salaries, and it's like which salaries, and then you got to go. You know what I'm saying? So to your point, it is difficult to without having it all extrapolate or not extrapolated, extracted out and said. MAS again is just the good example. 3 employees got paid out of this bucket of money, even though it went here. Where else is that? And then what were contracts, right? Like what contracts went to what 501c3s to do repair work and those things. So I think it's a fair question. Yeah, Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Thank you, Chair. Chairman Smiley, I think that's a great idea. I want to be added as a co-sponsor, please, for both. Thank you. That's it.
Without objection, Councilwoman Swearingen Washington will be added as co-sponsor. Councilwoman Logan from the Information Superhighway. Oh. From the cloud.
Thanks. I just wanted to make sure that I understood as well. Are we going to get what the information that Dr. Warren asked for before we vote or not?
Yes, thank you for the question, Councilwoman. The maker of the motion, the answer is I don't believe you're going to have the information prior to today. The maker of the motion would like to have a vote today.
If I can talk to the clarity.
Chairman Smiley, yes.
So, Councilwoman, first of all, thank you for the question, and it'd be so much easier if I could see you. I can't see you, so I'm talking.
I know, right?
I'm talking.
Sorry, you don't want to see me today. Y'all don't want to see me today. Go ahead.
Absolutely, I always want to see you. So one of the reasons that I'm taking a vote today, we know that these positions and these programs were always meant to be temporary. We don't know a dollar amount. One of the things I asked the administration to do is to bring us back a dollar amount so we can see what we're working with. But we can make a lot of requests, and I think Councilman Spinoza in his absence, Councilman Canal in his absence, I know Councilwoman, literally every council member up here has asked for certain things, and for the most part, we have not got it. But I have a sneaky suspicion if we take a vote that's going to impact the budget in a real way, we may get that information. We can continue to wait. We can continue to wait. And like Councilman Ford said, our back is against the wall. Time is ticking. The people of Memphis are asking us to cut. The people of Memphis are asking to support some of these increases. But we have to cut the fat. And we don't know the fat because we don't have the information. Right. So my belief is if we start cutting, we will quickly get information. That's just my belief. I could be wrong. Okay. But I appreciate your question. And to speak very specifically, I would like to take a vote today. And I'm assuming the administration will have us some real numbers to look at. We know exactly what we're doing, and we can always amend it. But I just believe that folks operate differently when their back is against the wall.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. I've got Councilman Warren in the queue. Councilman Warren.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'd like to make an amendment to this resolution requesting that the funds that are to be cut will be presented to our council by Friday of this week. So we'll have the weekend to be able to evaluate them and determine whether we want to move differently next Tuesday. So I'm making a motion that we go ahead and cut these programs as recommended by Chairman Smiley, with the addition that we will have a list of these programs that are cut on Friday. So if we choose to put those back in, we'll be able to do that by Tuesday of next week. And I would need a second for that motion. Thank you.
So real quick to Councilman Warren's point, are you sure you want to? I'm okay with your amendment. I just want to know: do you really want to wait till Friday? Because they should be able to get this information to us.
Well, I'm giving them time before Friday's fine. Friday would be a deadline. So let's okay, can that happen? That we can see those funds by Friday?
Chief Adams, Chief Person.
They know we don't.
The information can definitely be available by Friday.
Could it be available before then?
We can work on getting as much of it available
Friday's fine.
Tomorrow. Okay. I did want to ask one clarifying question related to this. When we talk about salaries that are coming from ARPA, all those funds have to be committed by the end of calendar year 24. So in terms of salary dollars, it'd be hard to be just a definite commitment. Now, contractual obligations, then that'd be a horse of the color. And
explain what you mean by that. What do you mean it'd be hard to tell about salaries?
Well, for instance, if my salary was funded out of ARPA, there wouldn't necessarily be a contractual commitment. Tennessee's an at-will state. So after 12/31/24, there would not necessarily be dollars that could be committed to salary dollars currently funded in ARPA. They would have to be funded from another source.
Yeah, we're getting technical. I know where you're going. Okay. I will help shepherd that. Okay. I know where their intent is. I will work with you to make
But
sure that we stay
absolutely,
on the
I
same
just wanted to
page.
make that clarification.
No, I know I know exactly. Yeah.
But yes, we're.
But I also want to
technically-
avoid inevitably if that happens and we end up in an employment situation. I don't want to say something now that could cause harm later. We are in at-will state. This is a very unique employment situation for certain employees. Could be. So
Yes.
I want to keep it at that.
So,
But just with that being said, definitely give you contractual commitments, and that won't be a problem.
so my only concern, I'm gonna just blame Chase.
So we're just on this amendment still.
Yes, still on amendment. So my only concern is this: we've been told we're gonna get budget books on one day, and then 2 weeks later we don't get them. So if we say Friday, are we certain that we're going to get the information by Friday? Because if not, I'm going to object and say, let's bring it to Thursday so I know for sure I'm going to have it on Friday.
Yes, sir.
Thursday. So are you good with Thursday, Doc?
Yes, sir. We'll get them to you
All right,
Thursday.
so here's how I'm going to reread this. So you, as the maker of the main motion and the amendment, I'm really asking you to. So we're going to add, now therefore be it resolved, the affected programs and salaries and or contracts.
Yeah.
Making that up. Trying to be limited, but not limited to. Yeah, affected programs. Well, just thinking about transaction language on the fly is always a good time. For a multi-million-dollar federal program, shall be a list of affected programs meeting those requirements shall be delivered to the council no later than 1 p.m. Whatever the date is, Thursday.
And that includes programs and dollars.
Yeah.
Programs, dollars, and people.
Wait, hold on. Let me rephrase that. Requested to be delivered. Can't be out there directing directors, I guess. This pesky charter, All right. So I think that's accepted as a friendly amendment. Friendly amendment? Okay, great. All right. So the amendment's been dealt with. I want to make sure that I've got Councilwoman Cooper. We are now back to the main motion. And now I've got Councilwoman Cooper Sutton in the, as amended, Chief Adams.
Got one question because again, what you clarified, budget chair, and what you stated in your resolution, Chairman Smiley, is somewhat different. All unencumbered funds.
We can make the amendment to make it. Yeah, he wants the amendment to be reflected.
Because to his.
I got
Yeah. I want to be careful because there could be some employment implications. All right.
We're gonna make sure it reflects the intent and will of the maker of the motion and the amendments. We will. All right. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, thank you for your patience.
You're welcome. Thank you, Chair. This is just a point of information to just make sure that I'm clear and understand a point of information that even if we vote today, that doesn't mean anything. You're just looking at your numbers that you need. Is that accurate? That's
this is
a trial, like
well, I don't believe in trial.
Not a trial.
This
but
is equivalent.
Not a trial.
I prefer to settle before trial.
Yeah.
But this is equivalent to just a regular committee meeting. This is equivalent to a committee meeting.
Okay,
so
that's what I
you can
wanted to
always change your mind.
Okay, that's what I want to understand.
That's it. You got it. And I keep reiterating
And then,
that.
I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry. I just think it's an important point to reiterate. I know it's a weird thing because of the budget hearings, but that's why I keep reiterating is it is important to have the votes because it kind of sets where the will of the body is, but it is a non-binding committee vote. But budget is so unique because we do try and track where the votes are and how to make it to the end of the budget. But yes, you are entitled to amend, change. Where this thing really comes down to will be Tuesday morning, the 25th, and that 3:30 meeting, that's where the vote really counts. And even if something goes into the budget financially, you can always change it later. When you go back and take time, everyone, to look at the actual budget ordinance itself, it's 15 lines, versus your book, right? So I just want to encourage everybody to understand, 7 votes, you can do just about anything you want. Sorry. Thank you, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
One more. Okay. All right. And it said in the general fund unassigned balance, so that's what we're talking about now, just point of information. These funds are going to go back there. Is there a certain amount in this unassigned general fund that we have to have? Will it affect the taxes? Is that what we're trying to do right now?
So I'll let the maker of the motion talk about his intent, but I want Chief Person to discuss. You asked a very salient question. So the question that I want him to answer is this: is it's going back into the general fund, and reiterate the point about. Well, let's start with this. Chairman Smiley, why don't you talk about the intent of going to the general fund, then I'll have him, Chief Person, go on the record about how the general fund will impact other things.
Thank you.
So my goal is really simple. Every time I hear increase, I'm always thinking, what can we cut? The reason I'm thinking, what can we cut, is because every time we add a cent to the, we're talking about so the value of a penny is 1.4 million, essentially. So I'm trying to figure out how we reduce from 75 cents to get to a number lower than 75 cents. So I cut. And once we hear the number, whether we're at 2.8, that tells me we cut 2 cents. I just understand that we have to start making cuts. We can't just keep adding on to 75 cents, because right now I'm probably at like 80 cents. Just got to make some cuts. Got to make some tough decisions. And the easiest thing for me to cut are things that are always meant to be temporary.
Okay, so that's what I wanted to make sure that I had a point of information, that I was very clear, because that was my initial concern from the beginning. Not the increases, but let's find cuts. This is new for me. This is new. And I'm just going through this book with a fine-tooth comb, with a headache that I can't get rid of right now, trying to find ways that I can cut so we won't have to put this extremely amount increase on the taxpayers' back. So I just want to make sure that I'm aligned with you all and I understand clearly what's happening. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. All right. Oh, yeah, Chief Person, let's talk. We don't have to go into depth about the current status, but I think it's important to just reiterate the city's position. The city's, and I say the city's position, it's an adopted fiscal policy by the city, the comptroller's recommendation, and how the fund balances, but in particular, the unassigned fund balances, impacts the city's financial health and viability. If you'll touch on those three things briefly, I think that'd be great.
Yes, sir. So with the unassigned fund balance, the city policy is to never drop below 10%. We don't ever at any time, and that's a very anemic level.
As it relates,
10% of operating funds on an annualized basis. So if you look at the last fiscal year, we were right at an $800 million budget. So technically, that floor should be 80. We were $800 million budget, so that floor should be 80 million. Ideally, the recommendation from the state is that we have at least 2 months of operating funding available, which would be close to about 16-17%, which would put us around 140 or so. We are not there at this moment due to a lot of, well, we didn't start this year there. We started this year at 114 with a commitment of about 12 million, almost 12 million of fund balance, both assigned and unassigned, for various functions. And the goal here, as I understand it from the maker of the resolution, is to make an attempt to restore some strength to the fund balance, which affects not only our bond rating, which is very important because the bond rating agencies generally feel that more is better, but it also affects our ongoing viability from an ability to withstand shocks to our financial status. It becomes a savings account, if you will.
Okay, so that's what I wanted to know. That's just almost like a household. You want to have a little safety net, 2 to 3 to 4 months safety net. And so and don't want to use that money unless it's really necessary. And then you said something about the state we have a state requirement that requires us to keep it at a certain amount.
State recommendation, but yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, I've been here 5 years now, and I'm barely still learning, so it's a process. It's a process. All right, colleagues, we are missing the maker of the motion. That's all right.
They're reprinting it with the addendum.
Okay. You good? Okay. All right. Let's see this really quickly. Hey. Yeah, you can get a point of information.
Can you or the chair just for the new amended one, just briefly say what we're voting on.
Yeah, I'm gonna allow, or not allow, I'm gonna recognize the sponsor because I think that's probably the most appropriate thing.
All right, thank you, Budget Chair. So essentially what we're voting on is a resolution to cut, discontinue any program that was created from funds associated with COVID-19. That's your ARPA funding, your CARES Act funding. We're cutting it across all divisions. And once those programs are discontinued, the administration will, once we vote on this resolution, the administration will also have a responsibility to bring us back what particular program would be cut, location of the funding in the budget, any encumbered funds related to the program, any unencumbered funds related to the program, and any personnel/complement numbers affected by the program's dissolution.
So we're voting to cut it before we get the information?
Yep, I'm gonna tell you why. So we know, I'm gonna tell you why. And I keep going back to this, why it's important. We have the information associated with, we receive federal dollars to create temporary programs. We also know that the administration has in their budget for some of these temporary programs to continue. My position is, if we continue to wait, we will never get any information. I have a sneaky suspicion that if we put their backs against the wall, we'll get information a lot faster. Why? Because we're impacting the budget. The reason, a year ago, in the previous administration, the reason that things were passed kind of haphazardly is because we got the information at the very last minute. If we don't do anything today, we probably won't get any information until next Tuesday, and we're talking about, and that's problematic. So they're gonna bring the information by Thursday, and then we can. It's a budget hearing. That means we can make any amendments we need to. My position is we get to work today.
Thank you. Any other colleagues? All right. All those in favor of a positive recommendation signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
We'll register Councilman Logan as an aye as well. This has a favorable recommendation. Chairman Smiley, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So I'm making cuts. All right, I'm gonna skip down to, well, I just read it all. Whereas the mayor submitted to the council of the city of Memphis on April 9, 2024, recommended operating budget and capital improvement program budget for fiscal year ending June 30, 2025. Whereas the budget committee of the council has held meetings and thoroughly reviewed the recommended operating and capital improvement program budgets and will make approved revisions thereto. And whereas the city council has identified a need for funds to be allocated to other projects, programs, initiatives that serve the city of Memphis and significantly contribute to its growth and development, ensuring the city of Memphis is financially sound. And whereas it is the intent of the council that any and all funds allocated to any and all temporary staff and services across all divisions be reallocated to the general fund unassigned balance to replenish the city's coffers. We broke. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Memphis City Council hereby amends the operating budget for fiscal year 2025 by reallocating and appropriating any and all funds for temporary staffing agencies across all divisions to general fund unassigned fund balance effective upon approval of this resolution to be incorporated into ordinance 5903 and ordinance of the city of Memphis, Tennessee, adopting the annual budget and tax rate of fiscal year beginning July 1, 2024 and ending June 30th, 2025. And similar to the previous resolution, one of the things that I would, and probably gonna make some amendments to this one as well, I would like to know from the administration the name of these staff and agencies affected, location of the funding in the budget. So I'm amending on the fly too, y'all. Location of the
Let's do this really quick. So you move it.
Move it.
May I have a second?
Second.
Moved by Chairman Smiley, second by Spurgeon Washington. Mr. Chairman, the floor is yours.
All right, so based on the feedback as it relates to the previous ordinance, it's going to essentially be the same thing as relates to the information we're asking from the administration, so that the body can make any necessary changes that we deem fit, assuming that the body approves this resolution. So I'm gonna read the newly updated resolution, which is basically a working document. Now therefore be it resolved, affected divisions, departments, or service centers is, what is that? It's a typo. So now therefore be it resolved, affected divisions, departments, or service centers is hereby requested to be provided to the Memphis City Council by 12 p.m. on Thursday, June 20, 2024, and the Memphis City Council requests that this information include in the following: division, department, or service center affected, location of the funding in the budget, and the amount of funding allocated to the temp or staffing agency, and rationale for the rationale. We're printing this off, but essentially the spirit.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Chairman.
Essentially, the spirit of the original one we just passed. I'm gonna ask for a vote today. We got to make some cuts, but we need to know who's gonna be affected, what service is gonna be affected, where the funding is in the budget, the amount of funding allocated, and the rationale for it.
Yeah, and so I'll add a clarification too. At least if it was for me, just to continue to frame this up when you're thinking about why am I voting for this. It matters, but it doesn't matter in the sense that what he's really saying is by moving it, the funds are staying in the budget, meaning we're not moving revenues or expenses outside of the block, and so he can basically move that money. They can incur the expense, and then he can come back and ask the council to approve it. To the chairman's point, it gets the ball rolling on getting the information going. So it's for what it's worth, if that's fair. I hope the sponsor doesn't disagree with that. Are there, real quick, I'm going to get to you. Hold on one second. Before that, are there any objections to the amendment that was just made by Chairman Smiley? All right, so it's as amended now. Chief Adams.
So I think that was what the chair is asking is an old request. That information was sent on 6/5. So you should have that. It's 6/17, so you should have that now, sir. Okay.
So can you bring it back to us with the other?
Oh, yes, sir. And that information was sent as well. So what we'll do is we'll resurrect that information, and if there's any more detailed information that you need, we'll do so as well.
All right, I've got Councilwoman. Are these this item? Yeah, Councilwoman Green, and then Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Thank you, and I believe I requested to be added as a sponsor.
My bad.
Without objection.
And I appreciate you bringing this. It's certainly something that I have tried to bring attention to as we've gone through the budget hearings. And I do appreciate the administration getting that information to us. I do believe the grand total was over $5 million when we spoke about it. And just so you know what it's like for us, again, we got all of these documents. We're getting updated budget books. We're getting appropriation books. And then we get emails from you all with stacks and stacks of attachments that have a list of 3 pages longs of answers to Councilwoman Green's questions, answers to Councilman Ford's questions. So for us to ask for you to bring it again, our apologies, but sometimes we're kind of being papered to death. So as we're focusing, the staff in particular is being papered to death. So our apologies for that. But I think as we consider it, it helps to have it right next to it. But I will just say on the record again, I think this is one of those places we really need to look at scaling back so that we can invest properly in our employees and in their salaries. I want Chief Pearson to have all the staff that he needs. I want him to have competitive rates and not have 18-month vacancies. And so some of that may come from us having some savings on the staffing part. And I understand it's complex and it's across many divisions. I know that because we saw it across many divisions throughout these hearings. So I appreciate you promising to bring that back succinctly to us.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. I was just going to ask the questions that he amended in here. What's the amount and how do we know what we're looking at so we can decide on a full resolution?
So we'll have that information updated by Thursday as well, and we'll send out amended. But I think it's important that we continue down the course of making cuts, because while we're speaking, we just received a resolution significantly adding to a tax increase that we're no.
And what was I didn't hear, I'm sorry. What was the reason for Thursday instead of Friday again?
Because
in my work experience in my entire career of being a professional, any EOD Friday is an absolute gamble.
Okay. Just asking. Okay.
Somebody gets sick. Weather's nice. All right, Chairman Smiley. All right, sorry. No other members so far. Chairman Smiley, will you? Will you? Do you want to read it now that you got it? Do you want to read
the amended one?
Yeah,
I'll
read it one more time.
All right. So reading the amended resolution associated with temporary service and staffing agencies. Now therefore be it resolved, affected divisions, departments, or service centers is hereby requested to be provided to the Memphis City Council by noon on Thursday, June 20, 2024. And the Memphis City Council requests that this information include the following: the division, department, or service center affected, location of funding in the budget, amount of the funding allocated to temporary or staffing agencies, and rationale for the temporary service or staffing agencies. Now the sponsors are myself, Councilwoman Green, Councilwoman Janice Washington.
Second.
All right, so that's as amended. Yeah,
amended.
We're still Smiley and Swearing Washington, and we're as amended. I'll make one quick comment. I think this is an area with opportunity. I have some fundamental some philosophical disagreements about certain areas. Like I thought Mr. Keene did a really interesting job about talking about his division and right. And I think there is truth. I really wish that I had time to understand better that relationship between you mentioned something, which is my big one, which is, in the private sector, you're paying for their salary and all the pass-throughs, right? All their bennies, and then the markup. And then the question is in truly, like, I really wish I could understand this at a more of a granular level, is does that produce a more economically viable opportunity versus the city's comp package and pension? And I think where the argument comes down to is by having a direct employee, is the indirect benefit of delivering better services more efficiently outweigh the actual direct cost that you incur because you've got the longer liability? And it is the grand hamster wheel that, like, you find yourself on. And it's one of those things where it's like, I think it works, but I've never had a chance to really sit down with with the math here and go through it. So it's one of those things where I'm kind of supportive of it, but I'm also a little concerned, but it should be interesting, And then you've got the back of house stuff, meaning the background checks and the other things that are not really direct staffing.
Well, and I would say, Chair, if you don't mind me jumping in, is, I think in my time here, I've noticed complaints about some places being cleaned up properly, right? And we contract out our janitorial services on this side of the street. And you can't go and hold someone accountable, hire and fire them, and say, hey, these bathrooms aren't clean, this library's not looking the way it's supposed to. And we are a direct service company to the public, right?
Oh, totally.
And so every time that we contract out that responsibility too. So that's an intangible that's hard for us, but it is our core, what we're supposed to be doing. And so when you contract out your responsibility, you contract your ability to hold people accountable for the quality of the service. So that's my other argument that will not have any dollar or cents impact.
That's a very good one, though. That's a good argument. It is, though. It's hard. I know. But you make the best point in the service side of things. That's what we're here to do, is provide service, provide public safety, and provide economic development and opportunities. And it's hard, and it's not supposed to, though. That's the problem. That's the kicker. That's the miss. As much as I wanted to get into a Milton Friedman Reaganomics, supply side economics from a corporate tax structure, it is so unrelated to the local government because it can trickle down at the local level. I get paid, I go out and eat at a restaurant. The problem Memphis has isn't property taxes. The problem it has is that people are not spending their money here. and they're not growing their business here, and they're not coming back here. And those are the things that will kill us, because there are going to be people that are going to leave this city and they're going to keep their homes here, but all the other ancillary cash that they have isn't going to be here, and that's what hurts us. Everything else is a direct correlation of the growth from that. But again, like that's a different thing. So anyway, we need to keep moving. All right, this is before the body. I don't have any other members in the queue. All those in favor with sending this down or sending this forward with a positive recommendation from the Budget Committee signify by saying aye. The chair is gonna vote for it. All right. Hesitantly, I want to see the math. All right. Moving forward, I'm coming to you. We're going to go to Councilwoman Green has 2, and then I've got Dr. Warren coming after her. Councilwoman Green, the floor is yours. Can you just tell me which one you're going with first? Okay. All right. Councilwoman Green, the floor is yours.
Sorry. I'll read the resolution. This is a resolution to amend the FY25 operating budget. Whereas the mayor submitted the council of the city of Memphis on April 9th, 2004, recommended operating budget and capital improvement budget for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2025. The budget committee and the council held meetings, thoroughly reviewed and recommended the operating capital improvement budgets, and will make approved resolutions and revisions thereto. Whereas the council has identified the need for funding to be allocated to other projects that serve the city of Memphis and significantly contribute to its own growth and development. And whereas the intent of the council that fund allocated line item 052610 travel expenses be in line with FY24 actuals as of June 25th, 2004 across all divisions to generate more revenue and avoid the mayor's proposed tax increase. Now, and therefore, be it resolved, the Memphis City Council hereby amends the operating budget for the fiscal year of 2025 by adjusting line item 052610 travel expenses line item to match the amounts allocated for this line item in the FY24 operating budget for all divisions. And I will say, yeah, and I'll move it.
May I have a second for this item? Moved by Councilwoman Green, seconded by Chairman Smiley. Councilwoman Green, the floor is yours.
Yeah, I just, when I was going through my budget book, I noticed in almost every division, except for city council, good for us, increases in travel expenses for this upcoming proposed budget. And in a year where we're trying to be lean and trying to cut back, you know, if I am not making as much money, I don't go on as nice a vacation, or I don't go on a vacation at all. So I'm just asking the city to do what we would do in our own houses. And again, this is one where we'll likely have to amend and get a dollar amount, but that's what it's for.
Yeah, I'm super on board with this. Any members?
Want to clarify?
Yep.
This is general fund only, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So let's make a friendly amendment just to make sure it's clear. It says operating budget fiscal year. I mean, it's got the, I don't think 052610 exists in another. Yeah. So it's there. We're good. She put the accounting line on.
I tried to make it easy for them to go through.
I love it. That makes me so happy. The general ledger line.
I've worked in an administration before.
All right, colleagues. Seeing no members in the queue, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Point of information. Can I get a real quick point of information?
The chair will suspend the vote. Chairman Smiley, point of information.
I want to be clear. I'm going to vote for this, but what I do want to know is a dollar amount. For me,
the differential.
Yep.
Yeah,
I
just
going forward, I would love to know, if we don't know the exact dollar amount, could we just amend any other motions that come so we can know the dollar amount going forward? Because I know it's a lot for us to do, but at least we can get the information from the administration. We're in budget hearings. We need to know the dollar amount associated with this, so we can see what are we doing when we adjust down or up. Thank you.
All right, I'm sorry, I missed part of that. Are you saying
let me
constantly reconcile the main budget?
No, I want to know specifically the amount. So
Like that this would,
yeah, if we're cutting travel budgets, are we saving? Is it 3 cents? Is it 4 cents? Or is it 1 cent? I just wanna know.
I'll accept that friendly amendment that we get the dollar amount, and it's for the adopted FY24, because I know we don't have actuals on FY24 yet. I wanted to go back to FY23, but then I was told that we had a travel restriction in FY23, because those numbers are way lower. So I'm not going back that far. I'm just going back to adopted FY24. If it was good enough last year, good enough this year, you might have 1 or 2 people that can't go on 1 or 2 trips, and because I understand everything's more expensive, but that's just where we are.
amen. All right, so that's a friendly amendment. I don't see any objections. Chairman Smiley, is your point of information satisfied?
Indeed.
All right, I'm gonna go back to the vote. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Same rights and privileges. Seeing none, the chair is also an aye. This item passes. Councilwoman Green.
Okay, second one. I'm with Chairman Smiley. We're trying to cut today. So I'll read this one. This is a resolution to amend the FY25 operating budget, whereas the mayor submitted to the council City of Memphis on April 9th, 2024, a recommended operating budget and capital improvement budget for the fiscal year ending in June 30th, 2025. And whereas the Budget Committee and the Council held meetings and thoroughly reviewed the recommended operating and capital improvement budgets and will make approved revisions thereto. And whereas the Council has identified a need for funds to be allocated to other projects, programs, initiatives that serve the City of Memphis and significantly contributes to its growth and development, ensuring the City of Memphis is financially sound. And whereas it is the intent of the Council that any and all funds allocated to satisfy the complement across all divisions that have been vacant for at least 18 months or more be reallocated to the general fund unassigned balance to replenish the city's coffers. Now and therefore be it resolved, affected divisions, departments, or services centers is hereby requested to be provided to the Memphis City Council by 12 p.m. on Thursday, June 20th, 2024, and the Memphis City Council requests that this information include the following: the division, department, or service center being affected, number of positions vacant for 18 months or more, amount of funding allocated to the vacant complements, rationale for keeping funding allocated to positions vacant for 18 months or more, and the detriment, if any, to eliminating these positions. And I would move it, Chair.
Moved by Councilman Green.
Second it.
Second by Swearingen Washington.
Co-sponsor.
There seems to be a motion from the end to add Chairman Smiley as a co-sponsor. Any objections? Any objection? No. Without objection. So just to clear the record, I've got the motion by Councilwoman Green, seconded by Swearingen Washington, and Chairman Smiley has been added as a co-sponsor. Councilwoman Green, the floor is yours.
Yeah, this just goes back to what, the point of information I was asking about earlier, and the equity to make sure that it's across all divisions. I did go back and look at the presentation we were given on MPD in particular. There were 791 vacant positions per that report, 382 were placed on hold, and 409 were still available. And as I said, Interim Chief Davis told us at the time the max you could put through the academy in a year was 200. Even if we account for another 100 in laterals, that's still 109 positions. And I know this is where a lot of expenses live, again, because it's salaries and stuff. But I want to be equitable and make sure that, A, we're looking at all divisions, not just MPD, and that if there is a reason that it would be detrimental to not funding these positions that have been open for more than 18 months, we would like to hear that rationale. So that's where I stand, and that's what the motion's about. Again, just trying to make sure that we are operating as leanly as possible.
Thank you. Any questions? Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Thank you, Chair. I think that's a fantastic idea, and I would like to ask to be added as a co-sponsor. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members? Sorry, I have some of that work, and I was just trying to pull it off my email really quickly. We'll get there later. Okay. I've got a proper motion on the table. Seeing no other members in the queue, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, this passes. Councilwoman Green.
That's all for me.
I've got a third one here. No?
The updated one.
Oh, that's just the updated version. Brianna. Okay. Moving along, we are to the illustrious Jeff Warren. Councilman Warren, if you would do me a favor, if we could start with your operating one, since that's the budget we're kind of in, and then we'll go over to the CIP if that's okay.
Well, that's exactly opposite what I was going to do, Mr. Chair, but I'll do it for you.
You can stay in the operating mode, so we don't change mindset.
Yeah, okay, we'll do that. And I would like to thank the council members for finding cuts that we can like now have tax raises to replace to provide services. I was at my church on Sunday, and I know you guys know it was hot. And, the way we work our clothes closet and soup kitchen is members of our church alternate volunteering. And it wasn't really my day to volunteer, but my wife was there. So I went to a friend's house, and when I came back to pick up a person I normally take there, he's in a wheelchair, take him home, he said, "Hey, Doc, there's a lady dead in front of the church." And I said, "What?" And I walked around, and, our church is the intake for rooming an inn. And there was a woman who'd been discharged from the hospital the day before, who people thought was just sleeping in front of our church on Poplar, right across from where, the court is. Poplar and, B.B. King, lying dead at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. So what this particular resolution is designed to do is to try to increase our ability to take care of our homeless women and children, and this is about homeless families. And so the resolution is to increase the tax rate by 2 cents and amend the operating budget for FY25 for 2 cents to provide $2,450 of operating expenses and another $2,450,000 in operating expenses and another $2 million for opening Hub North, which is going to be the family hub. Now, we're currently in negotiations, and I hope we're going to get this happen to be having a temporary shelter and having it initiated as soon as these funds are available in one of our local schools. And we've looked at that, and those negotiations are ongoing with the hub. But this funding is going to be important for making that happen. So I would encourage members to ask questions now. I have Jared Bingham here from the hub that I'd like to come up, and if anyone has questions, and maybe Jared, if you could give like a 2-minute presentation about how this is going to work as we move forward. And what this is doing is it's putting into the operating budget. And I think we have a question from Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Hey, bud. Good.
Ken, she have her question first?
Sure, absolutely.
Yes.
Let's all right, hold on. Let me do a couple things. Let me do some housekeeping first.
Go ahead.
All right. First off, I'm going to read this specifically into the record, if that's okay. It's a resolution to amend the FY25 operating budget. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Memphis City Council does hereby allocate $2 million of operating funding from fiscal year 2025 budget to the Hospitality Hub for operation of an additional temporary housing wraparound services facility within the city of Memphis. Said funding, said funding to come from a 2 cent addition to any tax increase passed in said budget. Be it further resolved that the city administration is hereby directed to negotiate and enter into an operating agreement with the Hospitality Hub for the Hospitality Hub North, which will stipulate specific services to be provided by the hub to the city of Memphis and unhoused family at such facility, as well as the future operational funding of such facility by the city of Memphis. Sponsored by Dr. Jeff Warren and Rhonda Logan. May I have a motion and a second to have this item heard?
Second.
Moved by Ford and seconded by Swearingen Washington. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Just have a quick question. Been dealing with homelessness for many years since I've been in the city of Memphis. And this didn't strike me as a surprise as this woman being found deceased there for so many days. In the hub, dealing with the organization that I was dealing with and my team that we had, there was any kind of DC done from the hospitals, and we knew that these people were homeless and they had nowhere to go, is there anything right now in place, in stone, that when they're DC'd and they're homeless, that they are transported? We transported to the hub where they can have some stability, because it's about to get hot, and that could have been eliminated. She didn't have to die in that shameful and disgraceful type of way being found. And I know that we talk about all the funding and all the money, but are the things are in place so these things won't happen?
Jared, Bingham 1502 Harbert. That's a really great question. The structural answer to that question is payer reform within the healthcare establishment. There's no incentive for a social worker to actually make a connection to our organizations when they discharge. So we would love for it to happen, and we track discharges that come to our place, but there's never a warm handoff or a real referral.
And so how can we change that? Because that is what our team did, and that is so essential and so important, because that is what happens to a lot of our homeless people, and we need to incorporate that somewhere.
Thank you. It's a great question. There are pocketed, dedicated men and women within the healthcare establishment working on that, and we're collaborating on those efforts with St. Francis Bartlett. The One Health team at Regional 1 is superb, but if you're not through One Health, then you're in the big system. And then Le Bonheur has a youth-specific navigator for homelessness, which is really excellent. There's a way to do it, but it requires that kind of massive structural coordination.
So Methodist involved in this?
Methodists and Baptists may have agencies within house outside of the Le Bonheur Youth Navigator, but they don't work directly with our team.
Okay, so we need to look at changing that.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to do a couple quick housekeeping things on this. So the first thing is in the first line of the second, be it further resolved, to change the language. We're going to keep that. So here's what's going to happen. That the city administration is hereby directed, we're going to change, is hereby requested to make best faith efforts to negotiate and enter into an operating agreement with the hospitality hub. Okay. So that's it. That's admitted without objection. Then, Jeff, moving up to the first now therefore be resolved, last sentence to the tax rate. Here is just, this is more housekeeping, so this is more just technical. But what I would suggest you do, and it may not super matter, but anyway, is basically we're going to put a period at the end of wraparound services facility within the city of Memphis, period. And then to say, it is the express intent of this resolution to appropriate 1.4286 cents from the property tax rate to fund the above referenced operation. And that's exactly $2 million. And it doesn't matter whether there's an increase. Let me make sure that I understand.
Yeah.
Let's just agree that you don't really care where the money comes from. You're trying to get this program funded. What I'm trying to do is allow flexibility.
We can agree to that.
Yeah. What I'm trying to do is allow flexibility to basically say that you're saying whether it goes up, down, left, or right, you need $2 million, and I'm telling you that that's 1.4286 cents. So you just want 4.286 cents allocated in the fiscal year 25 budget to this need. Okay. So those are accepted as friendly amendments. These are more, again, technical than intent, but it gives very clear guidance of what the bodies may or may not do depending on the votes. I'm going to go into the queue. Where am I at? Right here. Chairman Smiley, Councilwoman Easter Thomas, and Councilwoman Walker.
So how much money, well, I guess it's to the administration, how much money do we allocate to the hospitality hub currently? And
2.45.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. I thought you were answering. Okay. Give me a second here.
Just for information, we have $950,000 that we allocate for work local, and the remainder is of that $2,450,000 is what we allocate for operations. And Jared, can you confirm that?
That's right.
And it's a couple different, why don't you, real quick, why don't we just talk really quickly about, as he's pulling up, yeah, well, here's the thing.
So generally speaking, what I want to know is how much money did we allocate them any additional funding when we receive federal dollars? Do we have the amount of money we allocate to them on an annual basis, and then tell me what different buckets?
Yeah, but when you guys do that, I just want to be crystal clear when we keep tossing that word allocate out. In this particular instance, like a couple of other groups, there are grant allocations, and then there's contract work that the city receives services for. So I think it's just important. Who wants this ball? Yeah, all right, chief person.
Yeah, I'll give it a shot, at least on the federal funding side. Last year, and I believe going into this year, we're allocating $1.5 million per year for operating expenses related to the hospitality hub. There's an additional $300,000 that comes through another vehicle to support the hospitality hub. Work local. Work local.
Why don't you, guys, please get on your mics.
Well, it's all total is $950,000, but we had an additional $300,000 that we had to allocate this year.
And could you just give us a quick rundown, and I mean like elevator of what budget Work Local comes out of, and then what services are received? What division, rather?
Work Local comes out of the Public Works division, and I'd probably have to defer to the Public Works director to really give a lot of color around exactly what's received.
Could not have a wrap up without you. Guys, let's start firing the hard questions. Robert's here.
Yes, sir. Robert Kinnick, Public Works Director. Work Local, we sponsor cleaning up right-of-ways. They hire homeless individuals, and we pay for their administrative costs and the services related to the paying of the individuals. And so it's a partnership, and all they do is just clean up right-of-way, pick up litter and blight.
Perfect.
Citywide.
Yeah, I think that's just important. Is everybody to understand the buckets? It's Jared's piecemealing it together. I mean, it's a full effort.
They work with street maintenance right away, and we work together in a coordinated effort, just all over the city, picking up blight and litter. Yes, ma'am. Quite a bit of it, actually.
All right, hold on. Sorry, I'm going to come. Go ahead.
Are those the gentlemen that work with Mr. White?
Yes.
Oh, we don't want to cut that.
No, not Telly White. I'm sorry. I have another staff member, White. Not Telly White. That's Public Service Corps. This is strictly street maintenance, right-of-way maintenance. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
That I have another individual. So, alleys and streets.
All right, guys, come back on in. So, you still got the floor? You're good. Okay. Any other questions about their current level of funding, how they're funded, or some of those? Okay. So let's move on to, I've got Councilwoman Easter Thomas and then Councilwoman Walker. Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Clarifying questions, Councilman Warren.
Yes,
so, which one are we looking at first? We looking at the one that says 2 cents in the caption or 3 cents?
We're currently looking at the one that says 2 cents based on our chairman, and this is the operationals, but the operation budget.
Okay. So
okay, and
hold on, because I got two separate. I'm gonna say my other question for the other resolution. So for this one, for the operational, do we know? And this is back to us, council, talking about what do we want to see for our money, or what we don't. In this case, what we don't want to see for our money. So as we're talking about property tax, these are individuals that do not have property, that do not have things to call their own. And this is even before I get into asking Councilman Warren these questions. So what are what's the reach? This is a Jerry question. What is the reach currently for Hospitality Hub? I know it doesn't cover everything and everybody. And then also, what is the expected increase of reach within the scope of this resolution for the annual $2 million operation?
Thank you, Councilwoman. We built the Hospitality Hub to serve as the single point of intake and triage and assessment for individuals experiencing homelessness with this body and with the administration. We currently serve about 4,000 individual grown-ups a year come through the hub, and keep 3 different residential programs. We have the Studio Project on 590's campus, which is the best in the country at folks who have been chronically homeless, living outside under a bridge for 18 years. You come into one of those programs and you've got a permanent key within 65 days. We also have the nation's leading 18 to 24-year-old program. It's limited only by size. It's 12 beds. It could be hundreds of beds. But that program is really great at helping 18 to 24-year-olds. The main campus, 590's got a very free shelter for women, individuals. Right. We started taking families because we don't turn people away if we can help it. But the family overflow is significant, and we didn't design the program to handle families. So right now, 4,000 individuals. Through Councilman Warren's effort with the Young administration and a little participation from the county, we held a series of meetings with the service providers to look at the increased numbers of kids and parents who are on the streets. MSCS's numbers are 2,900 individual school children who don't have a place to go home to at night. We correlated those numbers with our own data set and with more from Memphis, and they're within 10% of being accurate. So with that, we believe that there are 825 families who represent those 2,900 kids, and this new project will be able to serve the existing gap. We need 122 beds. We have 62. We're going to add 60. Now, if the economy...
adding 60 to
the 62 in the continuum
through
of
the
care.
North.
That's right.
Okay. Can you also, this might be a connect question, what's the number involved in the Work Local program? And are they all adults from the current reach, or are they just anyone that can be signed up?
Anybody can sign up for Work Local, though anybody can also come to the hub for a birth certificate or for help. What happens, practically speaking, is you don't really come to the hub unless you're experiencing homelessness.
Yeah.
So the Work Local program runs 14 shifts every week with 10 participants per shift. There are some folks who duplicate services, especially if we think that they're a good quality candidate to be hired for a job, because we can work as a referral then for those folks. But ordinarily, it's one person per shift.
Okay. So currently, y'all are serving, expecting if this 140 from Work Local is continuous throughout the year, or if they shift from week to week or month to month, y'all are probably serving a max of 5,000 consistently adults.
On the Work Local, that's right.
Yeah, under that, and also the reach for that. Okay. So Councilman Warren, have you thought about if this is a continual included in the rate, or if it's just a 1 year?
Councilman Warren.
This is designed to fund this program with a tax rate indefinitely as long as we have need. And if the need goes away, then we would obviously cut this back. But I think what's really important is we have a number of organizations that are working on this. We have Room in the Inn. We have the YWCA. We have Salvation Army. We have Catholic Charities. And with all of those organizations, we still have 60 families a night with kids that don't have a place to go. So what this is designed to do is to fill that gap with an idea that hopefully what we'll see is we'll see these people housed after 50 to 65 days. But the other issue that we've got is all the people in this that are doing this are seeing more and more kids. And so as the CARES money is running out, this is designed to have something in place when all of a sudden we start to see an increase in the number of homeless families, which is what we're beginning to see in this group. And that's what we're worried about. So the answer is yes, it's designed to be permanent as long as there's a need.
And what you're saying is the expected reach of the 62 families would close the gap of what MSCS sees for unhoused families related to children registered in addition.
That we have right now. And that's providing it doesn't go up dramatically. But what it does is it provides us at least with an infrastructure to do something for the people that we already know are homeless at night.
Okay, so I understand now. Thank you for asking those clarity questions. I think your 2 resolutions do need more discussion and understanding. I think a lot of what we just did for the past 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 resolutions. It's like, all right, cut, move on, cut, move on. But I do think that we need to take some time and think about our citizens. They are Memphis citizens that do not have the same luxuries as going to the same place every night to call home with the address that gets a property tax bill, or a vehicle registration bill, or what else we talking about? Solid waste bill. So this is not talking directly to you, Warren. You thinking about it, you brought the resolution, but just talking to the rest of my colleagues and myself. Yes, we are going to have to be harsh on a lot of things, but let's still think about those who already have the harshness already built into their lives. And maybe it doesn't mean we doing all of this, but maybe it looks at, okay, what are the other entities doing, the county, the school district? But I think in some kind of way, we need to look at doing more for our individuals experiencing homelessness, because we're going to have to put money towards it either way. In whatever fashion,
that's one of the
what
reasons
it looks like.
This is such a good program, because it's not a shelter program.
So I ain't saying I agree with the whole 2 cents for this permanently, but I'm saying I do agree with the idea, and we need to, put it on the real further discussion list of thinking about people and not just numbers as we look at your 2 resolutions.
Well, the numbers are people for sure.
Yeah.
And as we're moving forward, the thing that I think this does and why I think it's good economically for us is what we're taking is we're developing a system that's not just housing people. We're not just sheltering them. This is a system that's designed to look at all their situational issues and place them in permanent housing in a situation to where those deficits in their social life have been addressed.
Yeah.
So that's what's different about this that I think we really need to invest in, and why I think it's a good idea. So yeah, I'm so far in the weeds in this that it seems obvious to me, but I can definitely understand your questions. But as we move forward, I would vote that we pass this and move forward with it and continue to have our questions answered as we move, because we've just voted on a bunch of stuff that we don't know what it is, and it's cutting. This is something that's adding for the least of us. So I'm hoping I can convince you to go ahead and vote for it now so we can move it and have it available when we discuss it, when we have our final budget discussion.
Are you able to, Councilman Warren, when we do come back, bring any points of discussion you've had with the other bureaucracies in the city?
Yes, ma'am, anytime you'd like.
Just, that'll help me and others as we think about this, seeing what the county and what the school district and
with the school district,
I know the school district probably can't give any.
No, well, what the school district can pay for housing for 3 nights, they have funding that does that. And if we do this, and like temporarily, we're looking at trying to go into Humes if we can get that worked out. We're in negotiations. Well, if we do that, it's going to save the school district money to pay $15,000 a month to keep the air conditioning on at Humes and electricity going, because the amount of money they have to pay for those 60 families going to hotels for 3 days at a time, over and over again. So it's a good deal there, and it gives a longer housing situation than just 3 days for the people, because they're paying for that.
Yeah.
So I mean,
okay.
Like,
Thank you, Warren. I won't belabor it, but just Councilmember, just think about the people. I know this is adding. I'm not saying I'm 100% in, but we need to just think about the people that are attached to the dollar amount on these 2 sheets.
Well, on this is the second. We are the second $2 million we're looking at there. That is designed for operations for going into.
Yeah, that's the 2 cents.
Yeah, that's the 2 cents. That's the 2 cents that's for the people that are going to be not housed, that will be housed, and will be in the program trying to get permanent housing. And what it will do is that money will move with the hub when we vote for hopefully the second part of this, which is a CIP ask for building the hub in North Memphis. For homeless families. So that's the second part of this. And that $2 million will move from a temporary location at Humes, hopefully, into the permanent location in North Memphis, which you've been looking into.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Well, I'll say my CIP question for that resolution. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. All right. Councilwoman Walker, then Logan, Green. And then I'm going back around the. All right. Sorry. Councilwoman Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sir, can I get your role again with this project?
Jared Bingham, I'm the founder.
You're the founder, and currently we have one downtown, correct?
That's correct. The primary campus is at 590 Washington.
Have you ever spent the night there?
Well, sure, working.
Okay. Have you ever slept overnight there?
No, it's a facility for women and children.
Okay. And then the North Hub, the new one that's being proposed, is it for women and children only?
No, it's for families. The majority of families are one woman with 3 children, but there are occasions where we'll have a man with children.
Okay, and that was going to lead me to my next question. So how are you all defining a family?
It's a grown-up with a minor attached.
18 years, 21 years, or how old?
A minor is 18 unless there's a developmental disability.
And do they have to show proof of their connection to these minors? And yes. what?
Councilwoman, would you mind? I'm sorry if you would you mind stating your name and position for the record, and then you can answer
Kelsey Johnson, Executive Director, Hospitality Hub.
No problem. Thank you for that. So, okay. Can we go back to how are you all defining a family?
An adult with a connection to a child.
Okay, so it doesn't have to be their biological child. You said connection.
An adult who has custody of a child, legal and physical custody of a child.
And they have to show proof of that?
Absolutely.
And what were you saying about men? Because it's been some years ago, but I worked in the link department at the library, yes. And we gave birth to 211 that later gave birth to 311. But we would get calls for places for men, and I understand things as it relates to gender, but you do accept men. You just don't have as many men showing up with children.
Absolutely. Our studio program has been the most successful thing I've seen, especially when it comes to single dads. And in 2023, I guess I dealt with maybe 5 or 6 different households where it was just a dad and 1 child, and a dad and 3 children because his wife had a heart attack and died, so he had to take care of the children. He had custody of the children. And so we have those situations. And there's not a shelter tonight that would be available to a man like that except the studio program that we have.
Okay, well, that's good that you all are willing to accept fathers with children. So, sir, I'm sorry, I missed I forgot your name, but you said you never spent the night because it's a women's facility. So at the North Hub, will you all spend the night there just to have the experience?
Well, I've taken a nap inside of one of the studios before.
Okay, well, I'll give you credit for that.
And I've spent the night at 590 Washington several times.
Okay.
We run the warming center, and we're shorthanded. And so some weeks I'll work 90 hours. And so I'll get on the couch and go to sleep and that kind of thing, and then get up and start working again. So, yeah, I have spent the night there. But upstairs, it's just women and children inside that main building.
Okay, and finally, when a family shows up and you all are at capacity, what is your protocol?
Okay, I've got several things that we do. We're going to start off with attempting mediation. Do you have a friend, a family member, a coworker, a frat brother, cousin that will let you stay with them for a day or two? Yes or no? The answer is no. What if I gave that family member a couple of bucks, $100, some food stamps, whatever, will they let you stay with them? A lot of times that's a yes. And we have money in our budget to do that, And then if it's absolutely a no, you're fleeing domestic violence, that kind of thing. Domestic violence shelter, of course, is going to be full. And so we're going to get you to a hotel. And we're going to start off with 3 nights in a hotel. And we're going to be waiting for something to open up in either one of our partner shelters or in our shelter. Our goal is always that you stay in our shelter. We partner with a lot of shelters, but we know that at our shelter, you're going to get 3 hot meals cooked by professional staff. You're not going to have to leave during the day. You can stay. You can stay in. If your children have doctor's appointments, we're going to put you in one of our vehicles and take your child to the doctor's appointment. If your children are not in school, we're going to work on getting your children into daycare school. If you don't have, of course, most of our people don't have money for anything, so we're going to put you into the Families First program. We're going to try to get that expedited so you have money to get your daycare paid for, and then transportation to your school. There's so many things that we do as part of our shelter program that other places don't do, so we want you to be with us. But when we're at capacity, we're going to use every resource in addition to hotel rooms until we can get you with us or get you resolved some other way with family or whatever, or we're going to get you housed.
Okay, thank you for all of that. And my final question, this may be for you or Councilman Warren. So you had mentioned about some funding from MSCS and some other agencies. So if any of that funding falls short, does that impact this in any way?
Councilman Warren.
Yes, I mean, in order to be able to start this and spend the $2 million that we're talking about here, the 1.48 cents, I believe.
Something like that.
Something like that. In order to do that, the hub is going to have a negotiation with the school system to say, we're ready to come in, and the school is going to have to say, yes, we can do it. So once we do this, then the hub will be able to enter into a contract saying, we have funding to operate now. The school system will have to enter a contract that says, we are going to provide you with this building for 6, 8, 18 months to allow you to use that. And then the operating part here, where we're saying we want to build the North Hub, right here, that's the next part, the CIP. When that comes into play, once we vote on that, then they'll begin the construction. That has nothing to do with the $2 million here, but that $2 million, once this is open and operating, will move from the school, which will then hopefully be sold for another purpose or used for another reason, will be that will be used to operate the Hub North, which is what the CIP is here for 3 cents. And Councilman Carlisle, can you do the math on that if my 3 cents is off and it's not that? Thank you. But did that answer your question?
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, gentlemen. I yield the floor.
Very good questions. Very good. Councilwoman Logan, are you still with us?
I am.
I'm very sorry. I know that you were one of the sponsors of this, and so I owe you an apology. I should have recognized you earlier. So again, my sincerest apologies. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I wanted to give some context for my colleagues that are new. This is not new. It started in 2021. And the reason for North was because I put forth, I noted the need for a different model than the one that we had downtown because of the calls that I was receiving from, and I'm sure we all do, from principals and churches and constituents for shelter, for need for families, for mothers with sons that were older, for dads who were, they had a household, single parents, and we didn't have at the time, and I'm not sure if we still do, places for them. And I think, I reached out to Hospitality Hub and had them, discussed it with them for a place in each district so that we wouldn't have to send people downtown, that they could stay in their neighborhoods, they can stay around their relatives in their schools, areas where their schools are, places that are familiar for families. A lot of times, oftentimes, they're already experiencing traumatic situations, and taking them out of their school system, taking them away from their friends and playgrounds, things like that, was adding to their trauma. And in talking to a lot of the principals, they just didn't have anywhere to go. That was the reason. And, going downtown, the model that has been so successful, and rightly so, for Memphians that were experiencing homelessness that maybe had substance abuse or maybe had other issues, mental health challenges, or disorders. That was not the environment best for mothers with children and things like that. So that was the initial request for a North, and I appreciate it. My colleagues at the time understood and also agreed. We all know that there is a problem, and from 21 to now, it has gotten worse. A problem with more Memphians experiencing homelessness. There's an increase of all different types of homelessness. And so having a hub that actually it was more of a cottage village, because there was a different model for the hubs. They were to reflect the culture and spirit of the district that they're in. And so now, because of some things that we learned along the way, that not all neighborhoods were ready for a hub in their area, but they want you to deal with the growing homelessness problem, but not necessarily in their neighborhood. So we were, Jared and I worked on that. We were sensitive to that and agreed. You don't just force a project on a neighborhood. So I had to find a place. And so along the way, Dr. Warren had experienced, what he shared earlier, and had the same desire to see us do more, and came on, we are working together to make sure that we address it, because if we don't address it now, it's going to continue to escalate, and it'll be, a situation to where we'll have to spend more. So that's kind of where the hub concept came from, the satellite or the district or the area locations came from. And I'm liking the amendment that Chairman made for finding the money. However, we need to find it, whether there's an increase or not, because we definitely need to, as a city, address it, have a systematic way that we're addressing it, and hopefully include it in the budget, because it's not going to go away. But adding a tax was not, I was not in favor of that, but putting it in the budget, I am. So I do appreciate that amendment, Chairman, and hope that we all see how important it is for us to do that.
Councilwoman, I grabbed the gavel. I'm not sure if I can gavel someone virtually.
Okay, I get it. I'm done. I yield back, but just want to make sure that we all on the same page.
Okay. All right. Councilwoman Green, the floor is yours. I have a lot of questions, concerns, and criticisms at some point, too.
I almost forgot I was in the queue. Sorry. So I am very supportive of the work of the Hub and, of course, of us working with the homeless. I think that today my focus has been how I can generate more revenues and how I can make sure our budget is as lean as possible in this year in particular, because we're looking at such a deficit before we add anything. And you're doing spectacular work with what you're doing already. And I will be honest with you, I know we've talked about some numbers of the funding you already have. I know there was questions about funding on the county side, the schools, et cetera. My concerns also surround whether you have enough to get started, or even whether you have enough of an agreement to get started. Like, I know you keep mentioning Hume's school, but I know there's no agreement signed yet for that to be the place and for that transfer to happen. So to me, this just seems a little premature, especially in light of what we're looking at with this budget. It is not that I'm not supportive of it at some point. I'm just not sure this is the point. So I just wanted to say that on the record, because 2 cents here, 5 cents here might not seem like anything, but every time we do that and we don't fill it, we are saying that to, and I will respectfully disrespect with some of my colleagues, we're passing it on not just to property owners, but to renters, to retirees, to all the people in Memphis, to small business owners, to mom and pops that are just trying to make ends meet and keep their businesses afloat. And I know that this is a real problem. I have seen it firsthand over and over again in my years of work, from being a public defender to at the county at the Youth and Family Resource Center. I get it. I also know that we can't do everything for everybody, especially in a year like this. It's not that I don't want to do it. If I were, married to a Bezos or a Gates or divorced from them and they left me all the money, I'd be writing you a check to do it. But I don't have a check. What I have is the people's money. And right now, these two gentlemen have been in front of me for a week saying, we ain't got no money. And I'm very cautious about adding to the budget at this point, especially in light of the fact that there is funding for the hub and the work you're already doing. There is some planned funding already in the hub, and there are some negotiations that I think still need to happen to make this project real. Not that I don't think you will really get it done. If anybody's going to get it done in this town, it's going to be you guys. But I just think it's a little premature. Yes.
Part of this is it's a tandem thing. In order to negotiate a lease, you have to have an agreed upon funding source. So it's sort of one and the other. So it's not that it's not a chicken and an egg. It's sort of like once we have allocated this as a potential funding source, then they can negotiate a lease, and we don't pay them until they have their lease negotiated.
Right, and I understand that, but I also know that there's been a request for them to just give the building. So, again, it just seems a little premature. And I think if you were at the point where you had a school that was ready to turn over Humes or wherever, and you were saying we needed exactly X amount of dollars to be able to execute a lease, and here's what the lease looks like, it would be a different conversation. It would still be a really hard conversation for me in the budget year we're in. So I'm just putting that on the record now.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman Green. Next in the queue, we have Cooper Sutton. You in the queue?
No, just take me out.
All right, take Councilwoman Cooper Sutton out. So I'm going to say this, and then I'm going to go to the sponsor for this particular ordinance. Yeah, I think, my reservations for it is, and I think if you live in the city of Memphis, we have an issue. Every major city has an issue. I went to LA not too long ago, and they have an issue that far exceeds ours. My concerns as it relates to now, we are already providing funding. It's not like this entity does not receive funding from the city of Memphis, but we have some real concerns about other city-owned assets or divisions with MATA. There's an issue. We got to figure out how to address that. We have issues with a lot of different agencies that we have to address. And, to dedicate, additional revenue to an entity we're already funding when we're making cuts from everybody. I think Mayor Young, I'm not sure if this is still the case, but I know Mayor Young at some point said he asked every division to take a 10% cut. If we're asking our divisions of the city of Memphis to make cuts, I think we also should be mindful when we create new programs or try to support it at a funding level that significantly exceeds what we're already doing. It's problematic for us. And I just go back to the family I met this past Sunday that talked about, they moved to Whitehaven 50 years ago, and the neighborhood changed, and they have fixed income, and what a property tax would mean to them. So I'm just mindful, and I just know if we continue adding on, I know we're gonna have some more resolutions that talks about adding in the upcoming days, and particularly probably on at the next council meeting. But my position is generally, if we don't start cutting, we're gonna find ourselves in trouble, because we're going to be ultimately putting people in a position that they just can't afford to live here. So that's my concerns, my criticisms. And then, if this was to pass, I would probably move to add a sunset the amount of funding, because we just don't have it. Or I would hope this comes back, I feel like Antonio. Chief Adams is going to have give me a hard time for saying this comeback when we're at the debt cliff. I just don't know if we have it now. So that's it for me. Dr. Warren, you're the maker, so I go to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I understand concerns about this, but remember, we're in a situation where we have not invested in our city. And now we have people that are homeless that are there, and I guarantee you they don't help people who are coming in to being tourists when they're here and we see a bunch of people on the street homeless. So if you're wanting to invest in the city, you invest in those who need it the most, and these are people that need it. So this is one of those things that we already know, 60 homeless families, they're out there. This is a good way for us to use a small amount of money from the money that we're saving and to help the people who need it the most. So I encourage you to vote with your heart and not with your head on this one. Thank you.
So real quick question, and I feel like as soon as I say this, I can cue Councilman Ford. I can feel it in my spirit. I probably should say this, and I'm gonna gavel myself too. All right, Chase, take over. I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna leave. How much funding has the county dedicated to the? Okay.
All right. Look, it's a big issue. It is a county city issue. I know that they've got partnerships that they're working on, and I do want to say one quick thing generally, just outside of this budget year. The work that's been done between the city and the county and the hospitality hub has been incredible. And Councilman Logan was early on wanting to support the growth of this because every great business model under the sun has what's called the hub and spoke. You build your critical mass and then you in the hub and then you build out. And you kind of go to where people are. And we found all these great lessons about wraparound services and what they do for the data and the outcomes. And so it is critical. And so I don't want it to be, no matter what happens, I don't want it to be lost on anybody that this has been an incredible journey over the last, almost 7, 8 years now. And the work that goes on downtown is amazing, including the outreach programs. I mean, you see the Jeep driving around all the time. So, when Councilwoman Easter Thomas said it earlier, it is something that needs more dialogue. I don't know necessarily, because it is just so important. So anyway, that's everybody we're at. All right, so let's bring this to its natural conclusion for today. We have an amended resolution. I'm going to read it one more quick time for the record and clarity's sake. All right. So the resolution's basic is going to read this way. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Memphis City Council does hereby allocate $2 million of operating funding for the fiscal year 2025 budget to the hospitality hub for operation of an additional temporary housing wraparound services facility within the city of Memphis. Said funding. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
To the maker of the motion, do you not want to wait till Tuesday till we see other proposals for cuts and move arounds?
Well, yeah, I thought that what we were doing is we were moving all these things forward. So what we do is vote on them and people would ask questions.
I know what I'm just thinking. No. Maybe Tuesday will be better.
Yeah, well, I'm saying,
she's trying to save you, Jeff.
Yeah, well, I guess my question is if I can always bring this back on Tuesday, because this is a committee meeting, right?
Right.
And so what we're doing is we're bringing this forward, so it's going to be on the table. Okay, so we can vote not to have it vote against it today. It's still going to come up for us to vote on when we vote in the general budget, right?
Okay.
So however you vote today, you can vote against it today and for it in the general budget if that's,
Just ask.
Does that make sense?
Just ask.
And Mr. Chair, am I reading this correct? This is the way it's working, right?
Yeah, I mean, look,
Okay,
it's the truth because we're gonna. Here's why. So, if we want to get super technical, we could put all these things down, and then I could bring one big superseding resolution and negate every single one of them in one swift vote. And so this was why these things are always kind of funky how you do the order. And it's why I always kind of say they do and don't matter, because until the budget ordinance is passed with the minutes, it's all fair game.
And this is like, you know, Michael, you wanted us to talk more about it, and this is the way we're doing it. So we're able to do this as a body, ask people, get questions. Otherwise, it would just come up, and I wouldn't have my 1.48 cents in here.
Yeah, one of my least favorite things is like the last minute stuff on a big issue. I'm coming to you.
I think we're making this better as we talk.
All right. Somebody else, Councilman Ford.
I wasn't gonna say nothing until the chair mentioned my name. I know you were going across the street. I'm back over here. I got issues with them across the street, okay? Yeah. What did they do? I know you were going across the street.
That's why
you went.
Yeah, no. Don't apologize.
They do
Director
anything,
Hospitality,
yes or no? You ain't got to just a yes or no answer be good for right now.
They did nothing good.
Yeah, nothing good.
Do you have any contracts with the county? Anything like our program for services?
No, we have about $300,000 remaining on an ARPA contract with community services.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. So, all right. Let me back up. All right. So here's where we're at. I'm going to read this really quickly just for clarity's sake. The sponsor is going to move forward with the vote. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Memphis City Council does hereby allocate $2 million of operating funding from the fiscal year 25 budget to the Hospitality Hub for the operation of additional temporary housing wraparound services facility within the city of Memphis. Said funding. I'm just kidding. Said funding is to come from a 1.4286 cents. It's the intent of this resolution that all. Yeah. All right. Sorry. Anyway, that's good. And then that we request to make a best faith effort that the city enter into an operating agreement with the Hospitality Hub for the North as amended. All the Logan's in the queue. Okay, Councilwoman Logan.
Chair, Council Warren, I think that I would like to hold this. I think we should hold it until Tuesday.
Councilwoman Logan, I think it would be good if we voted and then we'd see where people are thinking, and it may give the people out in the audience time to lobby the ones who had questions.
Chair.
Well, I think we've heard from them what the concerns that are out there, and there's some more information that we need to obtain to satisfy their concerns that have been voiced today.
And then at your request, we'll hold the vote and we'll go to the next item.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you.
Chief Adam.
So, and forgive me if I've not been kind of fully
Yeah, you got a lot in and out of the chair today.
Yeah, but it what I'm hearing and what I'm reading is almost like the administration is directed to enter a lease.
No.
No, I understand. I know that you're doing your best to not, but it's.
I think I'm doing pretty good.
Yeah, you are, but it's requested. But we would have to enter a short-term agreement with a specific organization, and then of course we would use best faith efforts to then enter long-term. So I just want to make sure that that's not the case.
All it is we're requesting that you. We're not directing you, but requesting you negotiate into an operating agreement for this Hospitality Hub North as we move forward.
Right, but with respect to the short term, I heard some discussion about that.
I don't have anything. I don't have anything in the lease that looks like short term or anything in this resolution that has anything to do with short term.
Yeah, I just understand that there was a lot of discussion here, and
buddy, you're an attorney.
I didn't know
the only thing that matters is when Paul signs it or the mayor signs this bad boy.
Yeah, because there's a lot of we've done a lot of things here at borderline real prescriptive. So I just want to make sure that
you got wiggle room.
Yeah.
Look, I think
that's a good.
Go ahead, Councilwoman.
That was that's one of the reasons why I wanted to hold this, because there's some things that have come up since the original and apparently need to be worked through. Some of the colleagues voiced some things, administration voiced some things. I think it was just having those extra days to work all that out will be better for everyone.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Look, yeah, and again, I just want to continue over and over again. When we meet, usually it's, the administration has brought something that's, they've vetted out or somebody's got a small change. This process is an imperfect process, and these are really working sessions. So we're set up like it's a budget committee, but it's really budget working sessions. So, all right, so what is going to happen is this budget this resolution has been amended, and it is going to stay in committee and be heard on Tuesday, as it is currently amended for further discussion amendments. And yes, sir.
Well, I just want to know, can we get Chief Gibson or Attorney Wade to talk about, can we do this or not at some point? Direct administration.
Yeah. So again, I want to be abundantly clear. The answer to that is no.
I know that.
Yeah, but I think the important thing is the quick answer is no, we can't. And that's an administrative authority. But I think what is very fair, and we've done it in the past. And look, if people want to amend it and pull parts out and make their own resolution out of it, like to the point that Rhonda just said, like having some more time can allow them to do that. If you're comfortable with one piece and not the other, like make that amendment. But as it is aspirational request of the administration. So there's nothing that I see that's wrong, but certainly the directed was going to be a huge problem. I've said it 9 times. So, all right, so we're moving on.
Mr. Chair, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Councilman Warren, the floor is yours.
The next is a CIP resolution to raise the tax rate or use the tax rate by 3 cents or whatever our chairman determines it actually is specifically. Whereas the city of Memphis currently supports the nonprofit organization Hospitality Hub and its operation facility downtown, and whereas despite the success of downtown's facility, a joint working group of homeless service providers convened by me has identified 60 families that go unhoused each night in Memphis, and this combined total facility of all the combined total facilities of providers representing the group are insufficient to house this extra number. And whereas the Hospitality Hub estimates it would cost about $12.2 million to construct the facility in North Memphis to provide wraparound services for families in Memphis that currently go unhoused. And whereas the city of Memphis adopted capital improvement budget for fiscal year 2024, which includes $3 million from the original Hospitality Hub North that Councilwoman Logan had obtained to date, whose funds remain unallocated. And whereas the Hospitality Hub currently has commitments of $1.2 million from U.S. Representative Steve Cohen, $1 million from the Assisi Foundation to fund such a facility, combined with the aforementioned unallocated funds from the city's fiscal budget 2024, this represents $5.2 million available for additional homeless services facility. And whereas 5.2 is available for construction, an additional facility leaves a deficit of $7 million. Therefore, be it resolved that the City Council allocates $4 million in CIP budget for capital for fiscal year 2025 for the construction of the Hospitality Hub North, and said allocation would come to a 3 cent addition and a tax increase in said budget.
All right, and
moved.
Thank you. May I have a second to hear this item? Second. So moved by Councilman Warren, seconded by Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Here's my. Let me put. I've got Councilman Logan in the queue and Chairman Smiley. I'm going to say a couple quick comments. This one's unique, so I don't want to waste a bunch of time, but this is important because it matters. Is your intent to pay for the improvements with cash, Councilman Warren? Jeff, is your intent to pay for the capital improvements with cash only, like non-debt, non-bond related proceeds?
My intent is to fund it.
Yeah, but this is why hold on. I'm not gonna get you off, but I don't mean to, but it's super important. I don't want us to get lost. Here's why. It's not a matter of me going to. It's not a matter of me going to a lender and saying, "Hey, I need to borrow $100,000," and the lender saying, "Great, I need $10,000 a year for the next 20 years or the next 10 years for you to pay that back." our lender is the bond market, and our underwriter is the comptroller. And I'm not sure that even with a revenue increase this year, that our bond underwriting agencies and our comptrollers are going to be thrilled with us taking out more debt. So our cap is 96 million on geo bond issuances so far. There are reasons that I don't understand, because people sit in rooms with big spreadsheets and computers and all sorts of metrics. And I'm going on this long tangent because this is so critical, it matters. If your intent to pay for the Hospitality Hub's capital improvements with cash, you certainly can raise the tax increase and try and pay it with cash. If your intent is to try to raise the tax increase or carve out a piece of the tax increase to issue more debt for geo bonds to pay for it, you may be on a fool's errand, because even if you got it through, we probably are not. I'm just gonna be honest with you. We're not going to get permission to raise the debt.
I guess the only way we're going to pay for this, based on what you just said,
if you want to do it this year,
3 cents tax, and this would be not an ongoing tax.
Yeah.
This would be for 2 years.
Yeah, I've said the county when they've passed the wheel tax for education. So,
well, we can put that in the bill.
Yeah,
you know,
no, but here's my point though is this goes back to what I was saying last week when this got brought out. CIP projects are a finesse of timing. You may be asking for an unnecessary rate increase if you will just get with this guy, and you and anybody else that needs to be at the what I would call the project management table. You're trying to pay for the whole thing up front when it may not be necessary. I don't go to my bank when we build something and draw 100% of the money out first. I draw it out over time. And sometimes a deal that doesn't go is the best deal that ever happened because I was going to end up being stretched thin. Right now, the city's...
so right here, what I'm doing is, I'm saying
Jeff, I don't need you to explain to me what you're doing. I'm reading it on paper. I'm trying to explain to you you're going down a bad path as nicely as I can.
Okay, so I guess my question is...
He only needs about $1 million this year, tops, is what I'm saying. Jared, all right, so this is the issue Jared's got. He's got 5.2 raised. He can probably begin construction today. What he's concerned about is can he get the next probably $2 to $4 million he's going to need by the end of May 31st, 2025. He doesn't need the $7 million, and this is why this is important. You could go and find $3 or $4 million in today's CIP budget scheduled for fiscal year 24 to pay for that, and then in the out year of fiscal year 26, go and reallocate from another project, and you'll never have to touch the tax raise.
Then let's thank you for that friendly comment. So I think the council members know what we need to do this building, and we'll meet with, I guess, administration to see if they can help us try to find that. And we'll bring it back to you when we come to the budget.
Yeah, and I think here's the deal. I think you're actually closer in striking distance than you realize. Yeah.
Can we request a true construction timeline?
That's what I'm saying. You got hold on. I don't want to get into the thing. I think this is what I'm saying to you guys, and I can tell you, I can feel it down to the left here. If you guys don't have a plan put together, it's going to be really hard to get it over the hump. It doesn't have to be down to the day, but it needs to be something you can stand behind plus or minus a couple months. I know that stinks because plus or minus a couple months is the end of the fiscal year, but there are solutions that we can come up with that are short term, and I'm happy to call in and help.
Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for council members for understanding and asking questions and getting an idea of what it's going to cost to make this happen.
I don't think and this is what I keep trying to say, I don't think anybody has a single bad thing to say about the work that this organization does. It is all about how to fit a square peg in a round hole. Councilwoman Logan, you've got the floor.
Well, that's what I thought we were holding it anyways, and I didn't know this was still on the table. I thought we were holding all of it because of exactly what you said. There was already a timeline in place, but with the additions, just needed to get together and pull all of that back together again. And you had already mentioned earlier that we don't have to have all of it up front. So I think holding it and coming back is going to be best for everybody.
Yeah, Chairman, can I just ask you one question?
Yes, ma'am.
And it's just a point of information. He went from one resolution to this to this resolution.
Yep, these are two separate.
So these are two separate resolutions. The first resolution we talked about, I think Councilwoman Logan asked to hold it. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay, that's the operational one.
Yes, ma'am.
This is the CIP one. Am I
Yes,
correct?
ma'am.
And so this is the one that we're about to decide on what we're going to do.
Yeah,
They need to get with them and.
Yeah, so they've moved. It's been moved to the floor. It is likely to be held in the committee to give the makers of the motion and the stakeholders an opportunity to look at the plan in order to see if there's a more efficient way to fund the project and the timing. Like, I would tell you this right now, $0 would be necessary if it's, here's Jared's real issue. If they're lucky and they get good weather and he's got to pay bills, you're usually net 30, maybe net 60, depending on how the deal's structured. That's a real tough place to be when the end of the fiscal year is in May and the city's moving cash around. But there is capacity, depending on the priorities in this fiscal year, and there is certainly capacity in the out years. So, yeah, we are. I'm getting this on the records in case. In case anybody comes back and said I didn't. So to answer your question, we're going to hold it while they work out maybe a more efficient way than just a straight tax increase. The CIP budget, again, is that. It's a Tetris set.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we're going to hold it. That's all, just point of information.
Yes, ma'am.
Getting clarity because we're moving fast. And okay.
Yes, ma'am. Chair Smiley.
I just want to know, are you trying to take a vote or are we going to hold it?
It's going to stay in the committee and be heard on Tuesday for a vote.
That's it.
The reason it needs to be moved and introduced is now it's a matter of the public record. The public can see it. Like we've started the discussion on it. Like I said, it's bumpy, but we got to start. You have to start the conversation somewhere. But yes, it's going to stay in committee for Tuesday.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, committee members.
Michaelin, are you still in the queue? No. Okay. All right. I think that clears everybody out. So I'm going to, any other resolutions, new or old business, comments, questions, or thoughts? Chairman Smiley.
This has nothing to do with the budget. It's more dealing with the full council agenda. We have a lot on our plate for the next council meeting. So all proclamations, honorary things, we're going to hold them until July. I don't know what that date is. July 9th.
Thank you. As the budget chairman, you can blame me too. I'll take part of that. So we are. I've got a personal matter. We are going to be back tomorrow. Chairman Smiley is going to chair the committee. He's obviously chair of the council.
Does work.
Vice chairman. 2 p.m. 2 p.m. Central Standard Time. So actually, I'm going to say 1:40. So you got to start at 2. And then remember. So this is the tricky part. Wednesday is a holiday, and I'll be listening in tomorrow. But I'm going to try not to. It's hard to come through. So I have no doubt in the chairman's ability to run the meeting. And if necessary, so what we'll do is, if necessary, which I don't think it's going to be, we're likely coming back Monday. We're coming back Monday. The question is what time on next Monday? Just depending on how far and comfortable everybody is with those discussions over the weekend.
Thursday.
Oh, we can do Thursday.
So Councilman Carlisle is going to be out, and I know y'all are thrilled to be stuck with me for a budget meeting. I know that. Yeah. So I do like the gavel, but so my position is I would like to be here, but I would like to be here assuming we have resolutions to discuss, meaningful work to be done. If we don't have anything else, I can come create a very robust resolution cutting everything, and then y'all can tell me I'm wrong.
I mean,
let me know.
That's the most important thing it's that's been the hardest thing and I know we've got several new members and we've got a new administration is like, we usually would hack away maybe a 0.001% of the budget. But if somebody, we're going to have to fix the tax rate, we're going to have a budget. So my guess is it's going to end up happening like usual. It's eventually it's going to get forced sometime Monday evening, Tuesday morning. So the plan is to meet tomorrow at 2, and then y'all can go from there. Seeing no other business before the.
So real quick. My last thing. All right, so if you have something for us to consider tomorrow, please get all your information in, or at least let Brooke know and copy me and Meredith by midnight tonight. Because if not, you will probably get an email from me saying, hey, there's nothing for us to consider, so there's no need for us to meet, and we'll be meeting back on Thursday. That's my position. Just get us something.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, are we about to close?
Will you?
Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm
Sparks
just
of
gonna
benediction.
close in. And how did you know? Just sitting here and, you know, and it came to me, and I think that our hearts and mind needs to be really clear about what we're doing. This is my first time here. I'm very grateful for the time. But if you don't, I'm not saying pushing anything on you, but it would be very helpful if you would go read Matthews 25 and 40 and really soak and really read that, because where we are in this budget, whether it's on this side or that side, this is very important to the decisions and the final decision that we will make. As Chairman Carlisle said, when we push that button, it's over. And so my suggestion is to really go look at that, Matthews 25 and 40, really meditate on it and really think about it. All you church people that go to church on Sunday, this affects us every day and where we are now. Closed. Thank you,
ma'am.
Chairman.
Also, I just want to acknowledge and appreciate Mayor Young for coming down and listening, and would say this. It's been a very kinetic budget cycle. So if you do find yourself having time or you do have thoughts, please go and meet with these two.
Yes.
Please, 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 please. It's kinetic, and they're here to help. I mean, I will say this. There has not been, I know the information may not have come as fast as we wanted it, but every time I've picked up the phone, I've had about as honest of a conversation as I've had in a long time. Which has been refreshing. It's been frustrating, but refreshing. I mean, the reality is that you can't run a good business unless you've got good information, and that's where we're getting to. So, you know, this too shall pass. I want to thank everybody. I'm sorry I cannot be here tomorrow. And with that, Mayor Young, you're welcome to